Welcome to the Select Board's meeting of Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. Please join the board in a pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to changes made to the open meeting law by the legislature of the Commonwealth, this meeting is taking place in a hybrid format. We have members of the board joining us here in person at the Great Hall at Town Hall. We may have members of the board joining us virtually over the Zoom webinar platform. Members of the public are welcome to join us here at the Great Hall or over Zoom, or to watch us on Comcast Channel 9 or Verizon 47. The Zoom login information is posted on the town website on the agenda for this particular meeting. Mr. Chairman, if there's no other business, I would read the executive session language at this time.
Please.
The Select Board will hold an executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, Clause 6, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property if the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the public body. This would be in relation to the full sale at former full sale at 277 Taylor Ave and St. Charles Avenue. The board will also be in the executive session reviewing and approving minutes from the April 16th, 2024 executive session. At this time, I would make a motion to enter into executive session for those two purposes, returning back to open session afterwards.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden. Mr. Canty?
I vote yes.
Mr. Blutzer?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes. We'll be returning approximately 6 p.m. The next order of business, returning to the open session, will be licenses and administrative notes. Any question on either? And the wish of the board.
If there's no questions from members of the board, I would make a motion to approve the licenses and permits and change of manager items as a group.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden. Discussion? Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Blutzer?
I vote yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Next on the agenda, we have board and committee appointments. Is the first list before you is unopposed. If the board has no objection, we take those as a group.
Move approval. Second.
Moved by Mr. Mahoney, second by Mr. Blutzer. Discussion? Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Blutzer?
I vote yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Should we read those? Should we just approve? Oh, no. I'd like to read them in the record, if you don't mind. Then I'll go back to the admin notes.
Mr. Chair, in regards to the three admin notes, we have three listed on the posted agenda. First, the board will authorize the acceptance and expenditure of a continuation grant in the amount of $377,814 to the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education's Adult Education and Family Literacy Services Program to fund the Plymouth Public Library's adult literacy programming for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, also known as fiscal year 2025. Note 2, the board will authorize the application for and, if awarded, acceptance and expenditure of a grant in the amount of $250,000 through the Massachusetts Office on Disabilities Municipal ADA Improvements Grant Program to construct 4 new ADA accessible parking spaces with ancillary sidewalks, railings, and drainage at the Center for Active Living. And number 3, the board will vote to ratify, approve, and execute a memorandum of agreement between the town of Plymouth and the Plymouth Police Superior Officers Association MCOP Local 372 that provides the terms of a successor collective bargaining agreement for the period of between fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2027. Unless there are questions from my colleagues, I would make a motion to approve the three listed administrative notes as a group.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Mahoney. Discussion? Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Blutzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Unanimous. Okay, moving on to boards and, oops, 1 second. That one. That one. Boards and committees, new multiple candidates. 1749 Courthouse, there's 4 full vacancies, 4 3-year terms, and 1 applicant. Delia Barnes, is she present? Would you like to come up and? Burns, okay, thank you, and I apologize.
Hi.
Hey.
I've never applied to a committee before. I'm sorry. I'm not exactly sure what I should be saying. Would you like me to tell you why I applied? I'm 28, so I'm a little younger than most people. I have a master's in library and information studies from URI, so I'm deeply interested in museums and information, and I moved here in 2022, and I'm trying to get more involved in my town. I actually haven't been able to attend the museum yet. I'm wicked busy, but I thought it would be a great way to get myself more involved in the town and to help continue the legacy of living in Plymouth and to remember that we live in a really interesting town and we have a lot to offer. So that's why I wanted to be part of the board.
Great.
Thank you.
Any questions from board members or comments? Seeing none, wish of the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Mahoney, second by Mr. Blutzer. Discussion? Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Blutzer?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Welcome and congratulations,
Thank you so much.
Ms. Burns. Agricultural Commission, 2 full seats, 1 vacancy, 2 applicants. John Rizzo, incumbent, and a Sarah Trainer. Is John in? Would you like to come up, or?
Evening. I just been on the AgCom for almost 10 years now. I just figured I'd like to continue on with it.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you. Is Sarah Trainer in here? No. Okay, wish of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve John Rizzo. I would leave Ms. Trainer off. I think she's applied to other committees recently and not appeared or sent us anything, which I don't particularly care for. So I would make a motion for John Rizzo to be appointed to the 3-year term.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden, or was that
Discussion.
It was me.
Mr. Golden? And discussion, Mr. Blutzer?
To Mr. Canty's point, Ms. Trainer, this is at least the 3rd time that she's come before us, hasn't shown up, hasn't given any kind of a reason why she's not here. So, you know, I agree with Kevin that we just vote for Mr. Rizzo and not acknowledge her at this point, so thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Blutzer?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Unanimous. Mr. Rizzo, and thank you. Airport Commission, 3 full seats, 3 3-year terms. We have Thomas Hurley, incumbent, Karen Goulian, incumbent, Steve
Antagny.
Latagny,
and Christopher Merrill, who's also an incumbent. Is Mr. Hurley here? Would you like to say anything, Mr. Hurley? Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Select Board. Thanks for allowing me to be here tonight. My name is Tom Hurley. I live at 109 North Triangle Drive here in Plymouth. I served on the Airport Commission for the last 9 years, and I'd like to continue with my appointment. The perspective I could bring to the commission over the next 3 years and hopefully beyond would be a state and national perspective. As you can see in the CV that I provided, I'm also, my professional time is spent as the executive director of the Massachusetts Airport Management Association, the professional group of all the airports in the state, and that also involves the FAA Regional Office, Mass Department of Transportation Aeronautics Division, and of course the various service providers at the different airports. So I can bring a statewide and national perspective because I spend all day, every day worried about airports. I just want to say that the Plymouth Airport, for your edification, is really held up, and I don't say this just to make it sound good. The fact of the matter is it's a gem in the state. There are many airports, municipal airports in the state that look to Plymouth for guidance on what to do and how to do it. And all of the current commissioners are very proud to have served the way we have, and I would recommend that the current commission stay the way it is. Over the last 9 years, $450,000 roughly in enterprise funds from the airport has leveraged over $18 million in state and federal grants to improve the runway, to the taxiways, and of course we built the new administration building that we opened 3 years ago. So it's all good. Aviation is strong. It brings jobs to Plymouth. More than $275,000 in lease revenue has come from airport leaseholders back to the town to use as the town sees fit. So for that reason and others, I would like to stay on the commission.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Hurley? No? Yep.
Mr. Hurley? So obviously, some of the recent discourse in regards to the airport has been about abutters, neighbors being concerned. I know that the airport has engaged in some outreach to neighbors in the past. I wonder if you could expand upon what you've done thus far, and if you were to be reappointed, would you be looking to continue as is or to do expanded outreach, or what your future plans for that type of outreach would be?
Yeah. A couple of things. Number one, the commission and the airport management has a very active noise reduction program. We listen to and record and monitor and react to every noise complaint that comes in to the airport and take remedial action. Of course, we have our local operators who understand the informal rules that we can put on. There are FAA rules that you have to obey, and then there are the informal local rules. And all the operators locally understand that. Visitors and transients who come in for business are certainly welcome, but they're made to understand that there are rules, quiet hours, et cetera. In addition to that, very recently, most recently, at the suggestion of the Select Board, the Commission has created a Community Advisory Committee that is now being formed, and we're looking for candidates for that so that we have direct and continuing input from the neighbors on policies, procedures, a way to communicate and keep an open dialogue with the airport community. It's very important. We understand that and take that role very seriously.
I have one other question. So another issue with the airport recently has been that it's an enterprise fund and it hasn't always self-funded itself, that it's required some general fund subsidies in the recent past. Can you articulate your vision to avoid general fund subsidies in the future if you were to be reappointed?
I would say, in all honesty, sir, I do not know of another airport in the state that doesn't require extra funding from its local community to keep going. We're very proud that Plymouth now has a plan that's executed and the finances are all in place to be able to continue to have the enterprise fund all the activities at the airport. So we're being good neighbors and we're being good fiscal responsible commission as well, along with management, obviously, of the airport. So we do not intend to be a burden in any way financial on the town. On the other hand, we like to be able to promote good business, the 260 jobs that are held by not only just the employees of the airport, but all of the support businesses that operate in and near the airport and all the tax revenue that those generate. So yes, it's a fiscal, the airport is a fiscal good deal for the town.
Thank you.
Mr. Blitzer?
Mr. Hurley, just one question. The CAC, you said it's close to, are you taking applicants for that now, or when is that going to be fully?
The application process, application has now been designed.
Okay.
I believe it's going to be let to the public very soon.
Okay. 'Cause
we modeled the program after the water, the sewage. help me with
Groundwater
that.
discharge.
That other-
Groundwater discharge.
The other
Yeah.
committee.
So the reason why I say this is we've got a ton of, all you folks out there, we've got a ton of emails, not just from this committee, but for others too. And one of the biggest concern is the residents having a voice on the commission. My opinion on that is that's where I think the CAC, the residents should have a big voice on that. I personally would like to see aviation folks, people that know how to run airports on the commission. That's my opinion. But I'm very concerned that we need to get, the citizens have to be heard. And I think they were heard recently because you had a plan to extend the runway, and they came before us and expressed, they were very vocal. Some of the folks in the room tonight spoke very well, and people listened, and then town meeting voted against it. So I think they from the emails I got, they don't seem to think they have a voice, but they do. They proved it, and they proved it with what town meeting listened to, what town meeting voting against that project.
Yes.
In the end, the last thing I want to say, because I'm only going to say it once, was all these emails, basically, if I didn't know anybody that was on this list, you sold me on the folks that are on the commission right now, the incumbents, because the qualifications that they said for a couple of them that said it was their reasoning for them not to be on this committee. It's to me, it was the opposite. And we do have a resident on this commission already, so I want you, just, if not, I'm not going to have you promise, but I'd like to really listen to the residents, get that CAC, get that going, so I think it's very important.
Mr. Blitzer, the informal communication with the neighbors have always been there. The phone line is open, the managers take the calls. It's always the way it's been. The CAC will formalize that. It will accomplish a number of things. It will give everyone who wants to have a voice at the airport a voice at the airport. It also, I think, hopefully, will stem the tide of the misinformation, particularly that appears in social media and email and other places. Things have been said about the airport, which are downright wrong over the last few months, and the airport has not had a chance to respond in any appropriate way, and the CAC will create that two-way dialogue that will allow people to have that conversation.
And one more clarification. You are a resident of Plymouth.
Yes,
And
34
North
years
Triangle, I
now.
believe, is not far from where I am, and it's only, as the crow flies, about a mile from the airport, mile and a half from the airport, maybe 2 miles?
I live 2 miles from the airport in
Yeah,
West
exactly.
Plymouth.
So,
Yeah,
so you are a resident that lives close to the airport?
absolutely. I'm
Okay.
in the flight path.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Thank you. Is Karen Goulian here? Okay. Steve? How do you say that? Lantangent, please. Just identify yourself for the record.
Good evening, Steve
Good evening.
Lantang. I live in Baldwin Circle, a neighbor of the airport. My family's been a neighbor of the airport for almost 40 years. And this last 6 months been an eye-opener for me and made me want to get involved in community activities. And the big thing I believe I could bring to the Airport Commission is more diversity, okay? We do have a resident, as you said, we have a few of them, but I could bring a different perspective. Yes, we want it run by aviation experts, but we want to bring the voice of the residents, and what I can bring is my mechanical experience. I've been a mechanical engineer for 45 years, 40 years at Schneider Electric, a $39 billion company. I'm a lead principal mechanical engineer. I've worked on many multi-year, multi-million-dollar projects, lots of experience with that, and I could bring some diversity to them. And I just trying to make a difference for the community, our kids, our grandkids, and the future where we're heading with the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board or comments?
One-
Mr.
one-
Mr. Bledsoe, go ahead.
And
And
one
then Mr.
question,
King.
Mr. Lantagni. That citizens advise, if you don't get on the commission, is that something you'd be interested in?
Absolutely.
Because I think you'd be, probably, I've heard you speak, you're very well spoken, you got some experience. I think you'd be a good chairman of that committee if you got on that, so. But, I don't know, I wasn't trying to be funny, I'm dead serious when I said that. So I heard you when you came before us, and I know how important this is to you. You're obviously a neighbor, and you have a lot of concerns, and I think people heard you last time, and you did a great job. So I'm not being funny when I say that. I think you'd be a good chairman of that committee. Thank you.
Mr. Canty?
So you mentioned your mechanical engineering experience. Do you have any experience in the aviation
I do not.
industry? Okay. Do you have any experience in finances and accumulating grant funding, acquiring grant
I
funding?
do not.
Okay. Other than your mechanical experience, if you were to be appointed to the Airport Commission, is there anything else that you think you would add?
Yeah, I could add from my years of experience is project management too.
Could you expand upon that?
Say that project scheduling, every project should be organized and have a schedule and a project itinerary and everything. And it's from the beginning to the end. When do you start? When do you end? What are the requirements for ending? It's budgets, although I don't get into financial aspect, but you're going to be aware of the budget constraints. So it's the organizational aspect of a project.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. And I believe Karen Goulian's here. Would you like to come up, please? Welcome.
Thank you, sorry. I'm late.
Just identify yourself for the record.
Karen Goulian.
And any questions for Karen? Mr. Canty?
Thank you. So I asked this, you weren't present. I understand you're on your way, so that's fine. But I asked this of the prior incumbent. So one of the recent issues with the airport has been community outreach and engagement. We heard about some of the existing community or recent community engagement that was undertaken. Can you expand on, if you were to be reappointed, what efforts would you like to see taken, or would you take to try and encourage additional community engagement by neighbors and abutters?
Sure, I think some of the things we talked about a little bit already in our meetings. One of the things I feel is that putting together our citizens council for the airport will work out well. And one of the things, I have a whole list of things that we can talk about. One of them is looking at the noise-sensitive areas that we have in place right now and determining, with all the growth that Plymouth has had, does that need to change? Do we need to change that a little bit? I think that would make a little bit of a difference. And then working directly with the people that live in those areas and doing, not just educating, but also speaking about like how the airport works in their area, and then getting a little more input from them on, maybe they have ideas as to how we can change things a little bit. I think the noise sensitive part, I am very sensitive of as well, because we have a small business at the airport, and I'm telling we don't have that many pilots, but, we have 4 pilots, and I tell them, you want to make sure every day that you abide by those rules.
Okay. And another recent issue has been the financial situation of the airport, that it has required some general fund subsidies despite being an enterprise fund. If you were to be reappointed, can you expand on what, if anything, you would do to try and limit or eliminate the need for general fund subsidies of the enterprise fund?
Yeah, I think it's another thing we've been working on, getting a little better idea of what the finances are, and both Matt and Brendan have been really helpful on getting more of like a profit and loss together for us to see, where all the money is going. And I do believe they're doing a very good job just kind of trying to stay within budget, but also for us to figure out other ways, like other revenue sources, and that it's not so easy. I think if we just keep on working on that, that will help, because with the current list of revenue sources, it's very limited. So if we can open up another revenue source for the airport, that will help a lot.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you both.
And Chris Merrill, is he here? What?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Select Board. Chris Merrill, actually in a butter to the airport within probably a mile radius of the east-west runway, so I do represent that contingent in my neighborhood. I speak with one of the representatives in our neighborhood who files complaints on a regular basis, and in communications with her pretty much on a weekly basis to kind of keep that open dialogue open between the commission and the airport manager as well. I do bring a financial aspect to the commission as a non-aviation person on the commission. I've actually re-looked at all the leases at the airport, and we're actually going to try to get them back up to market rates. So that's speaking to your general fund to help offset that from reliance from the town of Plymouth, and help with the enterprise fund with renewed leases that will hopefully generate more revenue into the enterprise fund for the airport as well. But with that, I open it up to any questions, and it's been an honor to sit the last 3 years on the commission.
Go ahead, Mr. Blitzer and Mr. Canty.
Chris, question, I know you got a extensive financial background, and I think that's from the emails I got. I think the residents would be very happy to have you on the commission for that reason, as well as being in a butter and a resident. And from what it sounds like you're like a liaison to them. My question to you is this. How close do you think we can get to being profitable at the airport? I mean, you said market rates, because they're below market rates now, I think some of the, so how close do you think it's a possibility of making that airport profitable with the leases you have now, if they can change a little
I
bit?
would say within the next 5 to 6 years out, as leases start to renew, and then we can, as a commission, look at that as a body to renegotiate those leases. We also have land that can be developed on the airport as well for commercial usage. We are sending out an RFP for that. We had a large franchise, coffee chain franchise that was interested at the airport at one point. So we have that opportunity as well, which could generate some significant
Right.
revenues for the airport.
And that's, as a commissioner, is that one of your goals, obviously, to make the airport profitable?
That's one of my
Because I
primary
know it's one of our
goals.
goals, and I
Yeah.
know the town manager, that's something he would love to see happen.
And I think
So-
one of the biggest, I think, the concerns is the indirect cost, which is, something that is a pretty significant burden on all departments throughout
Right.
the town. I sat on Finance Advisory Committee for 13 years, so well aware of, the budget process and how that works. And that's kind of the flavor I've hoped to add for the commission as well, to bring that,
Okay.
the town finances into respects to, and help the town, airport manager with those.
Well, good, I hope you can get there. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
So Chris, good to see you again. We served on the Advisory and Finance Committee for a while. I know you, as you said, you were on there for 13 years. I was only on there for 9, so my sympathies. So you mentioned earlier some of the, I guess, impromptu community liaison that you do, as well as being a representative yourself. In your vision as that sort of community representative, is there anything else you'd like to see the Airport Commission do for future outreach? Because obviously, as you saw at town meeting, for better or worse, whether it's justified or unjustified, the perception is costing the airport opportunities, right?
Correct.
And as you know from your time on the FinCom, that sometimes if the narrative isn't set out in that way, then that's all you need, to lose it. So could you expand on, if you were to be reappointed, what you'd like to see the Airport Commission do in terms of community resource
Sure.
outreach?
Sure, that's a great great question. So in regards to that, the recent town meeting, that was a very educational experience for the commission and also for the airport manager as well. We had, the airport has had an airport manager before Matt for well over 20 years, Tom Marr, who is well regarded throughout the aviation community, not here in Massachusetts, but just throughout the nation. So Tom was pretty active in his outreach efforts, especially before town meetings. I think Matt has learned that, and he will be doing that going forward, to reaching out to all the precincts within town. And I think the other thing is CAC that the commission is creating is also going to open up a better dialogue within the community too, because we're casting that web out to everybody now. Not only that people that just live near the airport, but also all throughout town as well, Pine Hills, Red Brook. So, you're going to have more of a diverse body of representatives. You're going to have some aviation experts on the CAC as well, airport manager. So I think that dialogue is going to help. They're going to gather all that information, bring it back to the commission. That way we're able to be better educated on and aware of what's really going on as well. Luckily, I do live near the airport, so I kind of have my ear. I work remotely some days, so I get to hear that activity from the airport on a day-to-day basis. So sometimes, for me, I'm used to that. Other people are very sensitive to the noise, so we have to respect all the people that live in and around the airport, to respect that as well.
Thank you. And you already sort of answered this question, but just in case there's anything else that you'd like to add in terms of avoiding future general fund subsidies. You mentioned bring the rents into market rate. You mentioned potentially other developable land. Is there anything else you think the Airport Commission could do that you'd like to see done if you were reappointed to avoid future general fund
I
subsidies?
think the next big thing that we as a commission have also looked at is solar development. We just missed the boat on some grant opportunities. It just came upon the airport manager a few months into the process, but by then it was a little too late to apply. We're going to try to apply next round. Hopefully with that, that's also a nice revenue addition. I know Hyannis Airport has that on their fields, and it brings significant revenue for that airport as well. So that would be a nice another enhancer for the airport and for the community as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
Mr. Mahoney?
Chris, good seeing you again. I'm probably not going to ask you a question. I just want to clarify something because I don't want to overstate this issue. Mr. Town Manager, correct me if I'm wrong, but the airport general fund subsidy for FY '24 is $240,000, I believe?
In '24.
This current?
Right. In FY '25, it's
Zero.
now, it's at zero. That's
Okay.
right.
So I just, for the public's consumption, and I'm not going to go into the whole story, but Mr. Quintal and I served with others before who would be considered institutional memory. And going back 35 years, Mr. Albert Thompson brought the commission in and said, you need to be self-sufficient. And for decades, this enterprise fund was the role model. And beginning in FY '13, I do know that at the time, all 4 of our enterprise funds were zero general fund subsidy. And I realize that in the last few years, something happened over here. So it's rectified. In about 20 days, it'll be back to zero, okay? So you're referencing 5 to 6 years out, talking about bringing your leases up to current market rate. So I think it's just imperative that we understand where we are and that we're always just, we have a short and long-term plan, and we're just making sure that unless there is some sort of absolute crisis, we don't want to go back to the general fund and revisit subsidies. So that's imperative, Chris. And then I know you're a representative, from the, neighboring subdivision. Some things in life are cyclical. The airport expansion was a big issue back in '09, 15 years ago. We have a similar version of what's going on with that now. And I know you, and I know that you'll keep an open line of communication, and that's the most important thing. Somebody referenced perception or not. We have to make sure that there's always an open line of communication, especially for people who, live within a certain mile radius of that airport or are impacted by flights.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you, John. Hey, I just want to echo to the general applicants that being self-sustained in your own fund, I get that, but I kind of disagree with that a little, because we saw, the last set of ARPA funds the town set aside to rebuild that wastewater treatment facility. So going forward, I make sure that your enterprise fund can handle the proper maintenance for that new facility. Because to me, if you're going to be self-sustaining, that's part of the gig. And I just, I don't know if you've ever looked at privatizing or if the town ever has, but I'd like you to come back in a year and lay out a plan to the board of your 5-year financials going into the next 5 years or so. If you're going to do something with some of the land, I realize that I'm not asking you to develop the thing, but see what your ideas are and what your actual plan is. So what we're trying to do is get the town, in many ways as we can, set up for the next 5, actually 10, but I want to go easy and say 5 and see what it is, and we can always ask for more later. But I think if we start addressing it now, you'll be in a good shape as an airport. That's what in other words, I don't want the town, as far as I go, subsidizing the airport if it's at all possible. That's really what I'm trying to say, so, thank you.
And that's my goal as well.
And it's to the whole, all the members, it's not directed at you, you just happen to be the
Just
last
the
one.
finance guy, yeah.
Yeah. But, thank you,
Thank you.
all right. And regardless of how we vote, thank everybody for applying. Okay. That being said, Mr. Blutzer, can I have your 3 votes?
My 3 votes are Mr. Thomas Hurley, Ms. Karen Gullion, and Mr. Christopher Merrill.
Mr. Golden?
My 3 votes will go to Mr. Hurley, Ms. Goulian, and Mr. Merrill.
Mr. Mahoney?
Hurley, Gullion, Merrill.
Mr. Canty?
I would vote for Thomas Hurley, Karen Goulian, Christopher Merrill.
And myself, Hurley, Goulian, and Merrill. And
Thomas Hurley has 5 votes, Karen Goulian has 5 votes, Christopher Merrill has 5 votes. Congratulations to Mr. Hurley, Ms. Goulian, Mr. Merrill, and thank you for applying, Mr. Latange.
Thank you.
thank you. Board of Health, 2 full seats, 1 vacancy, 2 3-year terms, and 1 2-year term. We have 2 incumbents. Amy Donovan Palmer.
Hello, I'm Amy Donovan Palmer. I've been a resident of Plymouth since 2002. In 2003, I was appointed to the Board of Health, and I stayed on the Board of Health till 2008. I was reappointed in the fall of 2021 after, when there was a vacancy, after I had been on the Board of Health Advisory Board for about a year and a half. I have a master's degree in public health. I am a registered sanitarian. I am a certified soil evaluator. I'm currently the health director for the town of Mansfield. Before that, I did 10 years of emergency preparedness planning for the Bristol County Emergency Preparedness Coalition. I'm currently the secretary of the Massachusetts Health Officers Association. On the executive committee for the Bristol County Emergency Preparedness Coalition. I bring a lot of understanding and information about local health to the board, and I look forward to hopefully being able to serve another 3-year term.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from board members? Mr. Canty and Mr. Golden, excuse me.
Thank you, Ms. Donovan Palmer. As the incumbent, if you were to be reappointed, is there anything you'd like to see change in your next term, or anything you'd like to make sure didn't change in your next term?
I'm very impressed by all the work that the chairman, Mr. Potvin, has been doing lately with the board, bringing in out a lot of different topics to us and holding a lot of public forums. I think that's really important for the education perspective. I think I would really want to see that continue.
Thank you.
Hi, Amy. How are you?
Hello, David.
For folks who don't know, I recently left the Board of Health, so Amy and Dr. Potvin are my former colleagues. I'm going to ask the same questions of all candidates, so you folks can prepare yourselves. Amy, we've had a number of, quite a lot of emails about two specific issues that are before the Board of Health over the coming weeks. The first is the use of rodenticides on public properties.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what your thoughts are on that issue.
Well, I believe that I think when an issue comes to the Board of Health, I think it's really important to think about the health consequences of it. I think that needs to be separate from a lot of the other things. I always say when people come to me in my job, and there's issues, I'm like, I come from a public health perspective. I always bring the public health to it. So when we have our next Board of Health meeting and we discuss it, we'll talk a lot about that and the public health aspects of it.
Thank you. And then the other issue is the nicotine-free generation.
Oh, yeah.
Could you share your thoughts on that?
Yeah. I don't know if everybody knows about the nicotine-free generation. It was from Brookline originally. They set a date for people to no longer be able to purchase nicotine from that date. So in Brookline, I think the date is January 1st, 2000. So if you are, 24 in Brookline, you cannot purchase anything nicotine. I think I'm still developing how I feel about it. If you look at anything around tobacco control, it always started local. We talked about back when people would smoke in restaurants, and everybody was horrified by the fact that we might say no smoking in restaurants, and now it's commonplace. That 21 flavored tobacco products, all of that started locally and then moved forward. I'm not sure how I feel about nicotine free generation. I'm still kind of figuring it all out because I do think that there needs to be some consideration between personal freedoms and ages and then moving forward with public health perspectives. I'm pretty sure, I mean, nicotine's one thing. Tobacco is one of the leading causes of death in America, and that needs to be considered from a public health perspective. So I think really with the nicotine-free generation, I know that we have the MHOA, the Mass Health Officers Association, is having an hour-long seminar on it this summer, and I really am interested to hear more about that.
Thank you. I'm all set.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Is Meg Payne here tonight?
Hi, my name's Meg Payne. I've been a homeowner in Plymouth since 2013. I'm raising my family here. I love living here. I've also worked for the Visiting Nurse Association of Cape Cod for the last almost 9 years in the public health division. I've been managing our public health nursing contracts with the towns. I work very closely with 14 towns in Barnstable County and also the town of Nantucket, managing our contracts with them and going up for a bid every year. So I just wanted an opportunity to become more involved with my town. So that's why I decided to apply.
Mr. Golden, then Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here tonight, Meg. I'll ask the same two questions that I asked Amy. The first is, what are your thoughts on the banning of the use of rodenticides on public property?
So, I mean, that's kind of a newer concept for me, coming from like a public health nursing standpoint. I think it's important to keep in mind like long-term impacts. And again, I agree. I come, present myself with a public health background and always thinking about, coming to the table with that in mind. So I guess long-term impacts, environmental impacts, of course, impacts on health. Yeah.
Thank you. And nicotine-free generation?
Yeah, that's interesting. I kind of feel like it would help to implement something like that, but I also think if they want to use nicotine, they'll find a way to use nicotine. So I don't know. I guess more emphasis on like the education piece of it rather than like the hard and fast like age restrictions is my like first thought on that.
Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. So you are obviously not an incumbent. I presume, I didn't ask the incumbents whether they wanted a full 3-year term because I assumed the answer was yes. But there is a 2-year term in addition to the 3-year term. So is your preference for the 3-year term, of which there are 2, or for the 1-year term, the 2-year term, rather, of which there is 1?
I would be really proud and honored to represent either. Probably 2-year to start.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? No? Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Barry Potvin.
Good evening. I think I'm pretty well known by a lot of people in town now, but I'm a resident of the Pine Hills area, have been living there since 2017. Before that, I was actually in the New York, New Jersey area because of work requirements. But I'm originally from Methuen, Massachusetts, so I'm a native. This is my home. It's always been my home. Even when I was living in New York and New Jersey, I said the same thing. So first of all, I really have to thank the Select Board, not just the current Select Board, but previous Select Boards, for the opportunity to serve, and which has really allowed me to utilize my knowledge and experience as a college professor and a research scientist, which I spent 36 years doing down in the New York, New Jersey area. I also really appreciate the ability to use that knowledge, experience, in order to try to protect the public health of our residents and visitors. And I've done everything possible to try to do that, even in the face of the challenge of the COVID pandemic. Couldn't have done things like this without the cooperation and the help of Karen Keene and her wonderful staff members. I think we've established a very strong working relationship, which I really don't think existed before. So I think that's a big plus. So I've appreciated the challenge, and I've approached it with what I think is the best I could do in terms of dedication, devotion, and strong determination. And many of those things were really necessary to get through some of the more difficult challenges that we met. I'm pleased I've been able to make a meaningful contribution to my now adopted hometown, and I've come to cherish it. I was originally brought in I think 6 years ago, and they tried to convince me to be the chairperson, and I said, well, maybe I should wait at least a little while because I really don't know much about septic systems. I know a lot about septic systems now, not to mention cesspools, not to mention algae blooms in our waters and ponds. So that was a learning experience. I've also learned an awful lot about how things work in Plymouth and how they can be better and what works really, really well. So I'm grateful for the support, not only of Karen and her department, but also of all the board members that I've seen, some of whom have come and gone over the past 6 years. But I think that everyone that I'm in contact with has worked really, really hard, and they've been very open to a lot of suggestions. We've heard a lot of criticisms, especially during the COVID pandemic. We tried to come up with the best solutions we could to convince the people of what kind of measures they needed to follow in order to protect themselves and their families. Some people obviously accepted those, and other people disagreed. We've had other things that came up before the board that were really difficult problems. Foremost in my mind was really the short-term rental agreement. That really pre-existed when I was just the vice chair and then eventually continued when I was the chair. There were two sides to that. And I use usually judgment in terms of I listen to everybody, I listen to what they have to say. I try to find middle ground. I try to get people to work together from their various viewpoints to come up with a common sort of solution to whatever problems we have to deal with. And with the short-term rentals, that did in fact succeed. People told me that we'd never succeed. Well, we did. And I was really proud that sort of thing happened. I think there's been an awful lot of things that have changed since the 4 years I've been the chairperson. Obviously, as a research scientist and a college professor, I love to educate. I also was able to try to explain things to people who don't have much scientific background in terms of what is this new COVID vaccine that's made with messenger RNA and what on earth is it and is it safe? Well, I actually knew people that developed some of the technology that led to that, and I did try to explain it to them. I think that in addition to that, I'm really, really proud of the fact that we now have a $510,000 grant, the Public Health Excellence Grant Award, that I actually wrote the grant application for that with help from the MAHB, and it involves Plymouth as the lead community and 5 of the surrounding towns. We work really hard together on that. We're using the money to try to solve issues where the towns really haven't done what they were supposed to do in terms of public health as well as they should. So we've been working on that too. I was obviously part of the COVID update show with Steve Trifletti, and that was almost a weekly sort of thing for a while. My job on that panel was to try to explain things and to offer as much information as I could. Also established a lot of other connections. So I had connections with the schools, with the school superintendent, with the head school nurse that developed pretty closely. I came before the school committee on a number of occasions during the pandemic period. Still in contact with them all today. And we actually have high school students that now come in as our representatives from the high school population to actually enter into discussions with us about the health needs of the school population. So I could go on and on and on. I don't want to take any more of your time, but I served as best as I could, first as the vice chair for 2 years and then as the chair for another 4 years. And I think I still have a lot more to give, and I have a lot more ideas about the kind of things that the Board of Health, working with the department, could probably accomplish. Thank you.
Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Dr. Potvin.
David.
As an incumbent, and obviously as the chair, you'd have some more influence over this if you were reappointed as chair than other members, per se. But is there anything that the Board of Health is currently doing that you'd like to see the Board of Health keep doing? Or is there anything you'd like to see the Board of Health they aren't doing right now that you'd like to see the Board of Health start to do going forward if you were to be reappointed?
We've actually had discussions at Board of Health meetings about exactly those ideas. And there was a number of things that came forward, and we haven't really pursued some of them in great depth yet because we're pretty busy for the most part. But certainly, I think the Board of Health working together as a group, finding consensus whenever there's disagreements. We don't usually have a lot of disagreements on the Board of Health, but we do have differing opinions that come up now and then. I think that's a positive thing. I really enjoy having that happen because it gives us a different perspective. In terms of what I think the Board of Health really needs to do better, I think we need to do community outreach better. We have rarely had members of the public come to our Board of Health meetings except when there's a really controversial topic on the agenda. And there's a lot of information that we gather together and discuss at the Board of Health meetings that are really critical public health issues. Things like, I don't know how many of you have had radon testing done in your house, but if you haven't, it's foolish not to. I don't know how many of you are involved in wondering about what's going on with PFAS. We actually had a public forum about that, and we discussed that on a monthly basis. We're concerned about how much of that might be in well water, how much of that might be in the water supply, and we have discussions with the water superintendent about that. He has actually come to our Board of Health meetings and has given us information about those kinds of things. So we are busy, we are active, we are always keeping up to date with what's going on in public health in not only Plymouth, but also in the state and in the country.
Thank you.
Mr. Golden.
Hi, Barry. Nice to see you. You know my two questions already, but we'll start with rodenticide.
I certainly know your two questions. So with respect to the first question about the rodenticides, you probably understand and you know that we actually had a public forum about that. We had pesticide management companies come in. That was one side of the discussion. The other side of the discussion obviously was a lot of environmentalists that are very concerned about the adverse effects of those rodenticides on things like the raptors, the owls, and it was pretty, informative, and there was a lot of things that came up during that discussion. Then the job becomes, we have to come up with, at one of our regular Board of Health meetings, a possible motion about what we want to do and how we want to do it. And as usual, I'm going to be looking for middle ground, because that's just what I do. Chris Campbell told me the other day that one thing we can count on with you, you're extremely inclusive. And you will listen to everybody, you'll give it a lot of thought, and then you'll come forward with what you think might be a possible solution. Although people will not all be 100% happy with it, everybody needs to be at least somewhat happy with it before we can proceed. So in terms of my personal opinions, I'm not going to share those. But I can see both sides of the arguments that are going on. I can certainly understand the side of the pest management people who say that, look, sometimes we just have to use that stuff. We do it as carefully as possible. But there may be no solution if there's a really serious problem with rat infestations. On the other hand, I also understand what the environmentalists say. Certainly, the owls eat tremendous amounts of rodents, and so they're part of the control process also. So it's kind of a delicate balancing process. In terms of the age restriction for buying cigarettes, one of the first things I did when I came to the Board of Health was to get to the schools and find out what's the problem in the schools. And the problem was, and it still is, vaping. Vaping has been a really serious problem in the schools for a long, long time. They're very concerned about it. The Board of Health is concerned about it. The department is concerned about it. We don't want our high school students addicted to nicotine, bottom line. And we will do whatever we can, and we'll continue to do whatever we can to try to prevent that from happening. It's a difficult challenge. The schools obviously will cooperate, and we have discussions with them about various things. Just went to the Wellness Committee meeting, myself and Dr. Reed, our Board of Health physician, and we mentioned to them that there are also toothpicks now that are infused with nicotine. And you see anybody chewing on one of those for a long period of time, has the same amount of nicotine as 2 cigarettes. Then Dr. Reed also said there's also little packets that you can put under your tongue, and those are loaded with nicotine. Maybe not just nicotine. I mean, there's other things that could be there which are harmful too. And so we alerted all the school nurses, please look out for nicotine overdoses, could easily happen, and be aware that it may not be from smoking, it may not be from e-cigarettes, it could be from something else. And so, you know, what do I think about the age restrictions? There are good things about it, as always, and there are some questionable things about it. It's spread to some, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 cities and towns in the state now. And I think the board decided that we should wait and see how widely that sort of initiative spreads. And we didn't want to get involved in that too deeply until we see if it's a more general sort of thing that's going on. And if it does happen, hopefully it would become a statewide thing. Because doing it town by town, frankly, just doesn't work well. You have to do something like that statewide. I'm sorry if that was evasive, but it's a current agenda item, so I'm being careful. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
I don't have a question. I just want to thank you once again, you and the whole board, for everybody taking us through COVID. I know it was difficult, and I think you did a great job. And like you said, there was some times where even I didn't agree with every little policy, but 99.9, you did a fantastic job, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. It still saddens me terribly to think about all those empty chairs on the front lawn of Town Hall and the bell ringing at the end of every month, because that meant that we didn't 100% succeed in protecting everyone. We tried our best, but we were unable to get 100% effectiveness, and so too many people died, and too many people got ill. And some of it was not preventable, but some of it probably was. I wish we had a better idea about how to approach things like that if it ever happens again.
Well, that being said, you did the best you could, and that's all we can ask from volunteers and people in the community. But that being all that you said is true, I agree with you, and you did a great job. And I was also hospitalized with COVID, and I'm one of the lucky ones that came out, because I got to tell you, going in, I was very upset, and I thought that was my last ride. I didn't think I was coming home. And I'll never forget that feeling, in the nurses in the hallway. Some of the shots you see on television was a real thing. And I had a lot of conversations with the practicing nurses in the hospital, and they told me what they went through and what they saw. And they were overwhelmed. And it was just, it was horrible. But I was lucky, and thank God that I'm here. I still have some effects, no smell, half my taste, but I'll deal with that.
Yeah.
Glad to be here. So
Well,
thank you.
You're welcome. I wish we could do better, but we did our best.
No, you did very well. Thank you. The wish of the board, I'm sorry, we have one more. Excuse me. Ada Hinckley here? No, not online. Okay. Bring it back to the board for the 2 3-year terms first, I believe, and then we'll do the 1-year term, the 1 2-year term after. I know you're going to correct me. All right, so we'll start with Mr. Golden. Your 2 votes for the 3-year term.
I will vote for Ms. Donovan Palmer and Dr. Potvin.
Mr. Bletzer,
I'll vote for Mr. Barry Potvin and for Meg Payne.
Mr. Mahoney,
Donovan Palmer and Dr. Potvin.
Mr. Canty,
I'll vote for Amy Donovan Palmer and Barry Potvin.
and I'll vote for Amy Donovan Palmer and Barry Potvin for the 3-year terms. And that will be,
So Amy Donovan Palmer has 4 votes, Dr. Barry Potvin has 5 votes, and Ms. Meg Payne has 1 vote. So congratulations to Ms. Donovan Palmer and Dr. Potvin, and thank you for your application, but we still have another
right,
vote. Obviously.
exactly. So how would you cast your 1 vote, Mr. Canty?
I would cast my 1 vote for the remaining 2-year term appointment for Ms. Meg Payne.
I will also vote for Ms. Payne for the 2-year term. Mr. Mahoney,
Meg Payne?
Mr. Golden,
Ms. Payne?
and Mr. Bletzer.
No vote.
Okay.
Ms. Meg Payne has 4 votes, and there is 1 abstention.
Congratulations all. Thank you. Cable Advisory Committee, 2 full seats and 1 applicant. Danielle Bell. Okay, I don't think she's with us. Not online. Danielle. Oh, Daniel. Thank you. Wish of the board?
So I understand we don't have Mr. Bell here, but his application materials seem sufficient to me to warrant his appointment to the Cable Advisory Committee based on his experience at PAC TV, which is where that funding is going. And I think it's, that experience is relevant. So I would make a motion to appoint Mr. Bell for the 3-year, one of the 3-year terms that's currently available.
I'll second that.
First, second, discussion. Mr. Golden?
No.
Mr. Bletzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Thank you. Center for Active Living, 3 full seats, 3 3-year terms. Elizabeth Cadigan. Joanne LaBelle.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Joanne LaBelle, and I've lived in Plymouth since 2014 at 6 Greengate in the Pine Hills.
Any questions? Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Ms. LaBelle. If you were to be appointed to this position, what would you like to see accomplished?
Well, since in 2020, during the pandemic, I reached out to Commissioner Brady, and as I was concerned at that point by the suspension of the Meals on Wheels program. And I presented a proposal to Commissioner to try and replicate what was being done in New York City by Chef Jose Andreas with the World Central Kitchen, which was linking small restaurants and having them create meals and then having those delivered by the fire department and the police department for people so that they were not going hungry. So that was my first step into the Center for Active Living in Plymouth. And since then, I have been very active as a volunteer working on the grant committee, the strategic planning committee, and the marketing committee. So what I would like to see is more recognition of the fact that a large percent of the population in Plymouth is seniors, like myself, and an expansion of hopefully the senior center itself, because there are days that it's overcrowded because of the variety of activities that are presented there for all of our seniors. And I would also like to see an expansion of the funding for the center, because right now, I believe in the town budget, it's 16 cents per day per senior that goes to the senior center. So I think there are some things that if we could expand the funding, that there would be more opportunity for us to reach out to more seniors in the town of Plymouth.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wish of the board?
Despite her absence, I believe Ms. Cadigan's materials and experience already being an incumbent qualify her for reappointment, and I appreciated Ms. LaBelle's presentation and interest as well. I would make a motion to appoint Elizabeth Cadigan and Joanne LaBelle to 2 of these 3-year terms that are available.
Second.
For discussion?
Yes.
Do we know, Ms. Cadigan, is she still interested in serving? Okay, you know that. Ms. LaBelle, maybe you can help with some grants to get some more funding. That would be great. That would be, I'm sure Commissioner Brady would love to have you help on that.
Well, there is one thing about the fact that it is a public organization, so that we also work with what's called the Friends of the Center for Active Living, and the Friends are the ones who really apply for the grants, but we do some of the research, we provide information to them, and we work very closely with the Friends Board in order to go for grants, and we have done that. We were able to receive a couple of grants a couple of years ago, and unfortunately, we did lose one this past fall, but we're still keeping an eye out for anything that's out there that's a possibility.
I want to thank you, for your volunteerism, and we're lucky this town, we do have a large senior population, which makes up with a lot of our volunteerism, and you can go to the Center on Active Living, I don't want to misstate that, as well as Jordan, BID, Plymouth,
Yes.
and you see a lot of our seniors over there volunteering. It's excellent. I'm very familiar with the Center of Active Living. My daughter actually volunteers there. She's a high school student.
Wonderful.
And she's been doing that since she was a freshman. And, I've seen the Meals on Wheels. I've seen, the work is incredible there. And Commissioner Brady has really, really done one of the best appointments Mr. Brindisi has made. I told him that the other day, making her the commissioner, so.
And she's got an incredible staff.
Exactly, and she's got volunteers like you and Ms. Cadigan, so,
Yes.
and the rest of the staff too. So I want to thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
David?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish Ms. Cadigan were with us here tonight. I would be inclined to vote no on this motion due to her absence, but Ms. LaBelle, I enjoyed your presentation and your application so much that I will overcome my feelings and vote yes.
She's very active, and she's chairperson of our marketing and does a great job. And I do apologize, I don't know what happened, because she's usually wherever she needs to be.
You sold us. You sold us.
Thank you.
Mr. Golden?
I vote yes.
Mr. Blitzer?
Yes.
Mr.
for both.
Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Thank you and congratulations. Community Preservation Committee, 2 full seats, 2 3-year terms. And is Mr. Bradley here? Chief? Oh, here he is.
Good evening. Thank you, the board, for giving me this opportunity. I've lived in town of Plymouth for over 65 years. I grew up Priscilla Beach, raised a family here. Shortly after graduating from high school in 1974, I was appointed to the Plymouth Fire Department, served in that position until April of 2022, after 47 and a half years. And I can tell you, as a younger person going out hunting and fishing, and over my career in the fire department, I have been in every neighborhood in this town. I have been on most of the roads, most of the forest, and I know quite a bit of the over 400 ponds that exist in the town of Plymouth. My passion for the natural resources this town has is great, and I want to protect that, especially water. Our aquifer is delicate and needs to have protection. The Community Preservation Committee has the ability of doing that, have done a great job over the years. Preserving history and historic parts of town is important for generations to come. And over the 400 years, some of that we've lost, but we now have a committee in place that can actually be able to save some of those and replicate them for, again, future generations. And right now, the hot topic is affordable housing. And although I've been retired as a full-time member of the town of Plymouth, I think I have a lot more to offer with my knowledge, experience, and passion for this town, and would love to serve on this committee and see some more great things happen.
Any questions for the chief?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Chief, thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for your service to the town. I want to ask 2 questions, and I'll ask this of all candidates here tonight. You mentioned affordable housing. What do you think the spending priorities for the CPC should be during the next 3 years and during which you serve?
Again, as I mentioned, right now, affordable housing is a hot topic, and I think that that's something that we need to pay a little bit more attention to and see how we can try to ease that burden a little bit. They've done a great job, as I said, of preserving open space and historic. I think now it's time to put a little more emphasis on some affordable housing.
Thank you, Chief. And the second question is, I've gotten a lot of calls and questions about the spending strategies of the CPC. We do a lot of borrowing, for folks who don't know, and that commits us beyond what we actually collect in CPC funds, and there are strategies behind that, but
Yes.
We have about $15 million in commitments at this point. I know we have a lot of projects coming before us in the coming months. What are your thoughts on the spending strategies, and how can the CPC assure residents that we're being good stewards of their money?
Well, I think the first thing is that all stakeholders need to have a really good idea of what the process is, so that they can understand it, especially our taxpayers who are paying that portion of it, that surcharge on their taxes. If they understand it, they'll have more support for it and be able to move forward. Obviously, getting bonds and paying them off with the money is a practical way of handling that. Last time I knew, I heard Lynn Barrett speak. She said that the CPC brings in about $4 million a year, this particular year, 2024. So we have to watch that and spend it correctly. But bonding is a good way of getting some of these larger projects, especially ones that are going to be over a period of time and multiple years. Okay.
All set.
Any other questions? Mr. Canty?
So before I ask a question of Chief Bradley, it was brought to my attention by the town manager that there may be one or more persons recording audio without having announced it. I would just remind folks that there is a wiretapping statute that prohibits the discrete recording of even a public meeting by a private individual or member of the media that is punishable by up to 5 years in state prison or 2.5 years in jail. So if you are making a recording without making those in the room aware of that, I would encourage you to reconsider that particular stance.
Sure. I'm Fred Tice. I'm with the Plymouth Independent.
Thank you.
And I'm recording because it's a lot easier to get an accurate rendition of what is being said.
I understand, just,
And it takes PAC TV a couple of days to put up.
I understand, it's just, I don't want to,
Can we ask him to go to the microphone to say that?
Yeah, just say,
you can go to the microphone if
on the
you'd like.
record.
Hello, I'm Fred Tice. I'm with the Plymouth Independent, and I'm recording because it's a lot easier than waiting for PAC TV to provide its recording, which usually takes a couple of days, and it's also just so much more accurate than taking notes.
Thank you, Mr. Tice. So people are now on notice that a recording is being made. So with that out of the way, I apologize, Chief. If you were to be appointed to the CPC, what would you like to see the CPC do differently? I mean, I know when you were in the fire department, you didn't work consistently with the CPC because they're kind of in two different lanes, right? But
Yes.
but you were certainly present at town meetings. You saw the presentations that were made. You know the town. You lived in the town for a number of years. So if you were to be appointed, what would your priorities on the CPC be?
I think, as I mentioned before, making it well-known to all the stakeholders and taxpayers in town exactly what the process is. How does a project get to be reviewed by the Community Preservation Committee? And what are their metrics when they are reviewing that, so that we get more support from the taxpayer and the stakeholders?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the chief? Seeing none. The next applicant was Daniel Corsica, excuse me, and he withdrew, correct? Okay. Alan Hamburger?
Good evening, everyone. Alan Hemberger, live down in Manomet. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, town manager. I've been on the Community Preservation Committee for a while. I'd like to continue with that because I really enjoy doing the work. It's nice pitching in for the town, usual bit about doing your part and the civic duty and all. Been on the committee for quite a while now. I can hit the ground running. I know the drill. I'm familiar with the town bylaw, Chapter 41, certainly MGL, Chapter 44B, which is the statute that implemented the CPA to begin with. So I'd really like a reappointment again so I can keep doing the work of CPC.
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, thank you for being here tonight. I'll ask the same questions that I asked the chief. The first is, what do you think the most important priorities are in terms of spending for the CPC over the 3-year term that you'd serve?
CPC doesn't decide the priorities. CPC has housing, open space, and historic, and that's what we look at. So there is no leverage one way or the other. Sometimes they don't have any applications. Spring 2022, there were no articles. There were no warrants from our committee to go to the town meeting. So it depends on what we have. Applications are viewed on merit based on which ones make the most sense. Some are like rejected out of the gate. Remember a few years ago, there's one, oh, here's some housing, $500,000 a unit. It's like, what are you kidding? That's not gonna fly. Other ones are shoo-ins. Some generous families are giving us land for 50 cents on the dollar. It continues with other open space, and obviously, that's gonna be a thumbs up. So there are no specific priorities. We look at 3 things equally.
Thank you. And if you could talk about the spending strategies that the CPC has helped the town develop and again, reassure the residents that we're being good stewards of their money?
I didn't quite get all of that, even though I've heard it.
Yeah, so I asked the chief, that I mentioned that we hear from residents that they are concerned that we bring in about, for example, at the last town meeting, we bring in about $4 million and we spent about almost $10 million. Could you talk about the spending strategies and how the community has been a good steward of residents' money?
Yeah, that's a great question. Most of these projects get funding from other sources. You've got the Arts Center, and you've got the Spire, and you've got this building, which is one of the projects. So a lot of times, Dave Gould and others, they get a bunch of grant money. Everything does not come from CPC. CPC money gets leveraged, and it's like, if CPC chips in a little bit, we can leverage that, 10 times over to get funding from other sources, either the state or private things. Pilgrim Hall gets money from places like that. So projects that get pushed to town meeting by CPC have other funding avenues, because that's one of the deals that we look at when we're looking at things. We have to make sure there's going to be other funding, and the town's not on the hook to keep stuff going, in perpetuity and all for some of these projects. Did I answer the question? Did I get to your point?
Mr. Canty?
So, Mr. Hemberger, I guess you talked about how the CPC doesn't have priorities. I'm not sure I agree with that, because you have your existing debt obligations from prior articles that you need to pay. And then anytime you approve any particular article in the future, you're taking money away from, there's an opportunity cost from some other article, right? So wouldn't you agree that by approving any specific project, you're taking money out of the general pot and committing it to an open space project?
CPC, I'm sorry.
Or a historic preservation
CPC
project?
doesn't decide that stuff, though. Funding is done by the town. Say this project here, the 1820 courthouse, the seed funding is from CPC, and then the town decides funding priorities after that, whether they're going to borrow money or do a bond thing. The town decides that. CPC is completely out of the picture at that point. That's my understanding.
You're approving projects that cost money.
We don't approve projects. Town meeting approves projects.
You're recommending them to town
Yes,
meeting,
correct.
right? And they cost money.
Yeah, they cost.
Right, so you don't agree that there's an opportunity cost associated? If, for example, if you have an open space article that cost $1 million, you're bringing in about $4 million a year, right? So that's $1 million that's going to open space, which I'm not saying is bad, but there is an inherent opportunity. That's money that can't go to affordable housing. It's money that can't go to historic district, to passive recreation. That's what I'm talking about.
Correct. You're 100% correct on that. There's only so much money in the account. Certain percentages have to go to the housing, open space, and historic projects and all. After that, it's discretionary.
Right.
And that's what the power of the whole town meeting is. Town meeting decides that stuff. The chair pitches it to this board, to the FinCom, to the caucuses and all, to make sure things are going to make sense. If they don't, it's going to get nixed. But you're absolutely right, Mr. Canty. There's only so much money to go around, and that's why we based these applications on merit, on whether or not they make sense, or if they're affordable or not. Too expensive, or just plain old incomplete applications. So you're right.
Thank you. So with that in mind, that opportunity cost component in mind, I mean, one of the issues that the board has been struggling with, the town has been struggling with broadly, and not just this board, but other boards in town, other committees in town, is affordable housing. CPC is one of the few bodies in town that have a dedicated funding source that can be directed towards affordable housing. But obviously, as I said in my example, if it's directed in other directions, it's not available for affordable housing. So with that in mind, given the housing crisis that the Commonwealth is dealing with, as well as the rising costs of living in Plymouth, do you envision, if you were to be reappointed, that affordable housing would be a priority for your next term? Or would you be still looking at things as a level playing field on a project-by-project basis, individual merit basis, without any of those larger policy considerations taking any impact for better or worse?
The housing thing is huge. I'm reading a book from 1940, and they're talking about this huge housing crisis in Iowa in 1940. Housing is always going to be a crisis. We're always going to have issues with the thing. Housing is extremely important. There are probably about a dozen housing authorities in Plymouth, and more at the state level, multiplied by 10 at the federal level. Housing is covered in many, many different areas. CPC can only work with applications that we get. Sometimes CPC doesn't get any housing applications. We can't submit our own applications. If we don't get stuff from the Habitat for Humanity or Plymouth housing groups and stuff like that, there's nothing we can do. If we don't have an application, there's nothing to vote on. So we need the housing authorities to submit applications. We don't generate applications.
So it didn't really answer the question. Would the priority for keeping money available for affordable housing weigh in even when you're assessing non-affordable housing related projects in the near term?
Yeah, of course, if we have applications for it on that term. CPC applications go to town meeting twice a year.
Okay.
If there's nothing on the table for that voting cycle, we probably won't consider it that much. If we have housing applications, it certainly will take precedence. I suppose the committee could keep extra cash in and not go through with a viable project, hoping that someone submits a housing application. But
Could.
we kind of do stuff by that period. Here are the applications for this voting cycle. Here's what we're going to vote on. Clean slate. Town meeting comes up for the next session, and here's the applications, and we, hit the start button again and go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mahoney?
Alan, good seeing you this evening.
Thank
We've
you.
served on
Thank
the
you, John.
Community Preservation Committee for years. So if we go back 2 months in time to spring town meeting, it was kind of a unique cycle. So there was...
I'm
the
not sure if I remember, but keep going.
Okay, all right, let me fill in the blanks. So I'm hearing about affordable housing from multiple individuals to my left. So you're correct. We recommend articles to the legislative body, and we recommended 3 of them, all for affordable housing for a combined $8 million, which is a significant investment. The problem is that the version that the committee recommended to town meeting in all 3 instances wasn't what the legislative body voted on. They all changed in between the vote and arriving on town meeting floor. One of them was so bad that it didn't pass legal muster, and the committee has already voted to resend that one to October town meeting. So I guess my question is, if you were reappointed, what changes would you advocate for so that that situation would never occur again?
You kind of lost me at the very beginning, John. I was there for the whole thing, but what do you mean by legislature? We didn't go through the state for any of this stuff.
Our Congress, town meeting is our legislative body. They are the Congress of the local government.
Check.
That's what I mean by that.
Okay.
So we recommend articles. We recommended in April more than 3, but there was 3 specific to affordable housing with a combined value of $8 million, that the version that the committee voted on was not the version that town meeting saw and voted on. And one of them was kicked back, and the committee has already agreed that we need to resend it to October town meeting with accurate data. So if
Was that the one where things did or did not go to the Sustainable Housing Index? Is that the one you're talking about?
That was a different one. That was another problem. But specifically, I'm talking about the $960,000 Court Street initiative.
Oh, yeah, Veos thing, right.
So there was a failure and there was a breakdown in process. And
Well, probably wasn't the first time, probably won't be the last. We can learn from our mistakes and go from there. I mean, these things happen with your board all the time, with everyone, so I guess,
So if
John,
there was-
hopefully learn from our mistakes.
so you would support, if there was lessons learned and improvements suggested where we could ensure that that didn't happen again, you would support those improvements?
Oh, yeah, heck yes, of course, yeah. Especially with your help. You've been the rep on the committee for quite some time. That's invaluable to all of us, so we thank you for your efforts, John.
Okay.
Yeah, of
All
course.
right, Alan, thank you.
Any other questions?
Someone going to ask about what improvements might be done with CPC? Can I ask my own question? Just real quickly, CPC's got to do a better job of branding itself. Everyone says these projects are CPC projects. They're really not. CPC pushes them to town meeting. Town meeting decides whether or not it's going to go through. When it gets approved at town meeting, someone else drives the bus. Someone else is the project manager. CPC doesn't approve the final funding. CPC doesn't run projects. someone else runs this and the spire and the open space and everything. So we have to do a better job branding ourselves, that we're just sort of go-betweens on things. Sorry for the intrusion.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Cohan?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board members. I know I have a tendency to talk too much at different times, and I tried to sit down and write some remarks and state them. But I feel I have to, when I sat down, it was hard to kind of think about the 23, 24 years of service to the town in this capacity, and I started to think about all the people I've worked with in the past. That really comes to something that I've been committed to in this capacity, and that is the work that we've done for not only saving open space, building parks and recreational land around the town of Plymouth, building affordable housing, and preserving historical landmarks. As I go through that period of time, I start to see the thousands of acres that we've preserved and the millions of dollars of grants that we've been able to achieve by working with different boards and committees, state and federal agencies and delegations to find the necessary funds to maximize the effect of the Community Preservation Act. I believe my institutional knowledge around these events has served the town well. The hundreds of affordable housing units that we've been able to build, there is a crisis in the community. The good news is that people are talking about this issue for the first time with a great deal of energy, and we're seeing enthusiasm on the application front. That's an improvement that we've seen based on the work that we've done in the past and what we're seeing now in the future, the opportunities that are opening up. This is not a local crisis. It's not a state crisis. It's a national crisis. And we are trying to do our best to adjust to that reality. And in our past town meeting, yes, there were some errors, but the enthusiasm of the committee to get these articles to town meeting was pretty intense. I know in the future, we hope to and already have started to adjust our application process to create deadlines that just happened last week for fall town meeting, giving the committee months to deliberate with applicants to avoid any inconsistencies in information or presentations. The historical landmarks that we've been able to preserve in the town of Plymouth, we've always tried to think of them in terms of how can we benefit the community in terms of a municipality owning buildings of this magnitude, and how we can work with them and utilize the CPA fund to meet the goal of the statute, but also address the issues that the town is facing with the cost of maintaining an 1820 courthouse or a 1749 courthouse. But we've looked at other historical buildings in our downtown and invested in them for economic development reasons, such as the Spire Theater and the Center for the Arts and Museums and other buildings throughout the town of Plymouth. But as I reflect on those areas, I realize the importance of being flexible and adjusting. In recent months, we have taken on staff support. Chelsea Westgate has brought new life to the committee and energy. She has been a great benefit to the committee. I look forward to continue working with her and conveying 23, 24 years of experience and information to her so she can be effective on that front, taking the committee in the statute forward. But as I said before, looking back and what motivated me in this cause is I'm a lifelong resident of Plymouth, and I looked up to the people that I saw serving before me that inspired me to get involved. People like Paul Withington, who was one of the founding fathers of the Community Preservation Act. People like John Martini and others, Sam and Joan Bartlett, Malcolm McGregor. These are the people I drew inspiration and knowledge from. And I would like to continue serving the town of Plymouth in this capacity, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions for Bill? Mr. Canty? Mr. Blitzer, then Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Cohan. First off, thank you for the work that you've done over the years. Prior to my election to the Select Board, I was on the FinCom for 9 years and sat through more of your presentations than I can count at FinCom meetings and caucuses. towards the end of the circuit, they get a little old, but that's not your fault. I go to too many caucuses myself. I guess my two questions for you are sort of two sides of the same coin. In the 20-plus years that you've served on the Community Preservation Committee, what do you think is the biggest accomplishment that the committee has achieved and why?
I think one of the biggest achievements that we have is that this is one of the most relevant and important committees in the town of Plymouth in terms of our proactive capability. I think that I always saw the Community Preservation Act as an educational tool to change the minds of the residents of Plymouth that we can make a better Plymouth by working together, utilizing this funding source to maximize the importance of housing, historical, and open space as they relate to the town of Plymouth. So I think the greatest achievement of the Community Preservation Act, yes, there's thousands of acres, historical building, affordable housing, there's much work to be done in the future, but really it's the impact that we're having with the residents, reaching out to the individuals who are paying for this and explaining the benefit. That's why it's so incredibly important to maximize the impact of these dollars. We only get a certain amount of money in match from the state, and that number has been going down. We're seeing a historic low number as we speak, and one of the things that we've been trying to do is increase our game and activity around grant writing. We have to let the residents know that what money they're putting on the table, we're maximizing. For every dollar they put on the table, we're putting nearly $3 coming in from grants from other resources. So it's really important to explain to the residents how their taxpayers' monies are being used and how they're benefiting the community. So I do see it as an educational tool. I don't believe that there's enough money there in CPA to solve all the housing, historical, and open space components of our town, but if we use the money strategically in an educational way and maximizing its effect by partnering with as many different organizations as possible, by osmosis, the residents learn the positive attributes of the CPA.
Thank you. And the other side of that coin, this is not so much about the Community Preservation Committee, but you and your role, whether as a chair or as a member of the Community Preservation Committee. What do you think is your biggest weakness in that role, and what is your, if you were to be reappointed, how would you improve upon that in a subsequent term?
I guess my biggest weakness is, I guess in the recent months I've been humbled by the experience of having the honor to serve the town for 23 years, looking at the achievements of the Community Preservation Act, knowing there's work to be done, and the only way I'm going to be able to be effective on that level is to find partnerships with people, open up dialogues. I think right now, not only here in Plymouth, but across our country, the dialogue has deteriorated where we're not exchanging and communicating as well as we could be. I think I've learned that the most important thing in this process is to maintain open lines of communication so we can work constructively. So I see that as a weakness that I had, and I'm working to improve it.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Bill, I want to thank you very much for your 23 years of service. You know, I've known you a long time. You and I have been involved in state politics, working on the same side locally, not all the time. But we always got along. I've said, I've talked to you. When I need information, I'll call you. You've called me too. So I consider us having a good relationship. With that being said, I have a question. When we wanted to give you an administrative assistant to help the CPC, you fought us on that, and it's nice to hear you tonight to say, you know, commending Chelsea for the you know, the help that she's given you, and it was something that the town manager, you know, wanted to do to help you and help your board with administrative things. And we're trying to. The town manager was encouraging you to work together with the town, not being so autonomous, but working with the town. And I believe, and I'm certainly not, I'm not here criticizing you right now. as Attorney Cirque said on April 30th, you deserve respect. Nobody should disparage you for what you've done. You deserve that respect, and I'm not going to do that. But if you would worked with the town, I think we wouldn't have had that issue, the issue with the Court Street project, the affordable housing project there that's going to go back to town meeting. Also, there was an issue before, and I don't want to bring it up, but about but I'm gonna, the building that the RFP, it wasn't handled properly. And had, again, if you'd gone through the town and council and worked together closer with the town manager and the town planner, I don't think that would have happened. So it's, it's just, I'm sad to see that, those issues happen to you because, you've had 23 years working hard for this town. But as, again, Attorney Cirque, who comes before us all the time, and I respect him, on April 30th, and I'll use his words, you do not disparage him, simply just don't reappoint him if that's how you feel. So I'm going to take his advice tonight, and I've already told you anyway, you asked me about the reappointment, and I'm not going to do it, but it's not because I respect you, but I think it's time for a change. I'll just leave it at that, Bill.
Yeah. Just to say on the administrative, I was not opposed to hiring an administrative person. The committee has supported that over the years. My concern was that when we brought somebody on administratively, the town would have to hire them, but I wanted the committee part of that process. I wanted them during the interview process engaging the person that would serve that committee. I felt it was important because I wanted to make sure people understood that we are a funding entity. We fund applications. The town is an applicant on that process along with other people in our community. We wanted all applicants to be treated equally, and we felt that if we were involved in this process, we would have achieved that with the new administrative person understanding that no application has a leg up in this process. Everything is seen equally, and we were told very early on by council years ago that we wanted to treat all applicants equally, whether it's a layperson in the community or an organization or the town of Plymouth, because if someone felt that they were not being treated equally, the town could be put in a legal circumstance that would be difficult. I was not opposed to bringing on administrative support. We needed that. The responsibilities were growing. The results of town meeting and the follow-up was intensifying. It was just the way we went about it that I had reservations, but I hope that your reservations of not working, I think we have to open up and improve lines of communication so that that does not dominate the decision-making of the community.
We want all boards to be treated equal, and that's why we wanted to have you, to give you an administrative assistant to help you with administrative clerical duties. So, and you did resist it, and I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you, but and it's too bad because now you realize how important Chelsea, your assistant, has been to your committee. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Bill, thank you for being here tonight. I'll ask the same two questions that I've asked every candidate so far. First, what do you think are the most important spending priorities over the 3-year term that you would serve?
Well, we do have a Mass General Law 44B that we're taking applications from applicants to utilize the CPA fund. We have to treat them all equally, but we have the ability to design an application to heighten the priorities of the committee. In recent months, we have adjusted our application process to address the crisis of affordable housing. I think that's a priority of the community, in the committee. We expressed that a year ago to the Board of Select when they indicated they'd like to see more affordable housing, and we saw one of the largest commitments to affordable housing in the state with CPA funding. at town meeting in the spring. So the committee is prioritizing, but they do have a responsibility to treat everybody equally in all applications on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. And my second question was regarding spending strategies. If you could talk a little bit about how those spending strategies have played out and offer the residents some reassurance that we're being good stewards of their money.
So again, the Community Preservation Fund is a revenue stream that's discretionary. It's on top of the responsibility of the town to raise and appropriate the taxes to handle our fire, police, our DPW, our schools. This is a different fund. It serves at the pleasure of the voters. So when we make decisions, this is not to raise and appropriate. This decision to have the community preservation in our town has been determined by the voters. So the money is coming in each year, and they're paying that off. This is important to note because our finance department bases their strategy on how to address the cost of the recommendations to town meeting and the town meeting approval of those articles. And we have deferred to staff. We have, a great finance department that does a fantastic job, and we've worked with them for many years, and we have deferred to them on the recommendations, how best to pay for our recommendations. We have adjusted our application process to get applicants in front of town meetings sooner rather than later. You mentioned the $15 million out there in borrowing authorization that's been given to the town. We're not going to go out and borrow $15 million. I can assure you of that. Under the advice and direction of the finance department, we will pace ourselves with our applicants because some of these applicants are a year out from putting a shovel in the ground to do any work, which gives us time to start moving money into the appropriate locations, so not to borrow too much. We will have to do some short-term borrowing, but when the short-term borrowing happens, like when we did the work at this building to build it, we shifted our priorities to pay off that debt as soon as possible and work with the application to move them to a future town meeting. Most applicants are accommodating to that, so it's a strategy of getting applications in front of town meeting, working with the finance department, staying away from as much short-term borrowing as possible, and moving available funds into position to handle costs as they come in. You'll see articles at town meeting where we're simply just moving money into reducing the borrowing authorization that town meeting had given us in the future. We're always going to town meeting with these articles, reducing borrowing, so we save the town money in that way. Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Mahoney?
Bill, good evening. So little editorial before I go into the question. Conversation with Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll a week or so ago. Same conversation I had with Charlie Baker, a Republican, when he was governor a few years ago. The state has failed the communities who have signed into the Community Preservation Act because they have allowed the state match to diminish. I've told both of those people. Mr. Baker is now running the NCAA, which is great for him. But I've told both of those individuals, and I will continue whenever I do, there's no reason why the state can't get back to where it was a decade or more ago, where a community like Plymouth, who has a dollar, 1.5% surcharge, can't get a dollar for dollar match for every investment we choose to make, irrespective of what category that's in. Okay, so you're the chairman of the board of a 9-member committee. Do you ever go into a period of self-reflection or analysis after we come out of a town meeting, whether it be in April or October, to look at what did or did not work?
As a committee?
No.
As an individual?
As the chairman of the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I reflect on the presentation, and I respond to the concerns of town meeting members. I am quite interested in how town meeting members feel about these applications that they're debating and voting on, because I need to work with the CPC to adjust future applications to address the concerns that they have. So there's absolutely a reflection on the presentation made and how it can be improved, and what town meeting is looking for. I think town meeting is incredibly important. They're the ones that are actually making the decisions on the CPA. We're a committee that's working on an application process, releasing the application, working with applicants, but then making the presentation to town meeting. But in the end, town meeting is make the final decision. And I want to know how they feel about this process. There's a time of reflection, and there's also a time of reflection with the applicants themselves. How was this application process? How did it serve you? How could you see it improved? We do, as a committee, each year are required to have a meeting to review our application and get community input and adjust it to the priorities of the community. We have made some significant adjustments in the last year, and we'll continue to make those, but that all is based on reflection of how we feel like we're doing as a committee and its responsibilities.
All right, so continuing along the same line that I had with Mr. Hemberger, would you acknowledge that it was unacceptable for town meeting to see 3 versions of articles that the committee didn't vote on?
I think that that was a concern that the committee had. As a result of that, we have adjusted our application process. We were, for the longest time, and we thought it was being as open to applicants as possible. We were moving our deadlines all the way up until, within days or hours of the town deadline on the warrant. And this was something that we realized that we needed to address. And that is why the committee has made a radical decision that they haven't made in 23 years, and that is we have a deadline that's about 2 months out from the deadline. So sometime around the second week in August, there'll be a deadline for the warrant for articles. We hope to have all the language and all the supporting docs available well before that. We have a deadline that just passed last week for the applications that will be going before town meeting. We had that application to send a message to the community that if you're submitting an application to us, we want to see it well in advance so that the committee has it. We can have it combed over by a committee and have the appropriate public hearings and the appropriate time to digest that information, because the errors that we saw at this most recent town meeting were as a result of, having that deadline out quite far. So we had to make decisions and then move it to town meeting very quickly.
Yeah, but, so why is it relevant to a deadline and not the content of data that was in the application?
Well, I think the longer the time we have it and the more eyes on it, I think we're going to pick up these inconsistencies. There was an application that we received for Red Brook. It came in within days of the deadline, and the committee met days before the town warrant deadline. So we were, as a committee, taking on a lot of effort at that time. In the past, that had served us to keep the application process as open as long as possible to get your ideas to the committee. But what we found recently was that accommodation was putting the committee and the town at risk, and that's why we've greatly increased the deadline. So now when the application comes in, we have more time to look at it, more eyes to look at it, more discussions about it, so we can pick up these things.
So what changes would you like to see brought forth in the future that would prevent this situation from happening again?
Well, I think that that's the line that I'm most focused on right now. The two things I'm focused on, and that is improving the application process to allow ample time for not only the committee but staff to review this material, so making sure whatever articles we submit to town meeting we've crossed our T's and dotted our I's, but also looking at our administrative support that we have and utilizing that talent there with Chelsea Westgate and her efforts. So those are the two things that we're focused on right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Joseph Lally here?
Good evening. I'm Joe Lally. I live at 57 Harbor Light Drive. Been in the community since 2019. I got familiar with the work of CPC in my role on the Administration and Finance Committee, and I'm winding down a 40-year career in higher education facilities management this month and see an opportunity to serve the community. In my career, I've had a lot of experience, especially over the last 15 years, in developing the project approval processes at both public institutions as well as private institutions.
and essentially trying to shepherd a project from a twinkle in somebody's eye to ultimately final board approval in the institutions I've worked with. I recognize sometimes that buildings make decisions for you, and you have true emergencies, and you have to still follow the process, although you might accelerate that to make sure that all the i's are dotted and the t's are crossed. So I certainly see an opportunity for transparency in what the process is, making sure that the right information is presented to the boards and the places where you have to go to get approvals. And I'll stop there and see what questions you have about priorities and things like that.
Questions from the board? Mr. Canty?
Hi, Mr. Lally.
Mr. Golden?
Good to see you again. So obviously, I'm familiar with you from our mutual service on the Advisory and Finance Committee. I always thought you did a good job when I was there, and from what I've seen, you've continued to do a good job in my absence, so I know it's not just me, so that's comforting. Mr. Lally, I know you've been on the Advisory and Finance Committee for a few years now, so you've seen several cycles worth of Community Preservation Committee articles and the process that they go through. You've seen the presentations at the caucuses. You've had an opportunity to see them at town meeting itself. So what, if you were to be appointed onto the CPC, what would your priorities be for the term that you would serve in terms of what do you want to see continue, what do you want to see change, and how would you accomplish those things?
Well, I think one of the things I want to see continue is all the great work that CPC does. You just look around the town right now and all the great projects that are going on. They're spectacular and they're wonderful. And I think having the community and also the committees that the projects that are recommended by CPC for consideration go forward is a clear understanding of what the impact is on the town budget, what the impact is on the tax rate, where the money's coming from, what are the opportunities, because I see one of the great opportunities is to leverage local funds to get grants and things like that. It's been very heartwarming to see the reduction in town spending through the grants that the Spire projects had, or the Pilgrim Museum, or the Stevens Street Field, for example, in the last year. So it's to try to leverage those opportunities, and I think also just making sure that people define what the process needs to be, and there seems to be some steps in the right direction there, and then making sure that we follow that process, and be willing sometimes to say no. It can't go this time because you don't have the proper materials presented, or the article's not written correctly, or whatever it might be, and as hard as that sounds, that's the way you're going to get adherence to the process so that we can make sure that we get it right the first time.
Thank you, Mr. Lally.
And then also just make sure that we're adhering to what the objectives of the committee are, which is around historic preservation, conservation, and affordable housing, and making sure that we apply those tests to the projects that are brought forward to CPC and then sent on for further consideration by town government.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe, thank you for being here tonight.
You're welcome.
I would like to ask the same two questions I've asked of everyone else. The
Sure.
first is on spending priorities. What do you think over the 3 years that you would serve on this committee would be the most important priorities for the CPC?
Well, I've been managing deferred maintenance budgets for some time now of significance, and I think one of the first tests is, what are the things that we must do? And so certainly debt service is one of those things. And then there are the things that we should do, and then finally nice to do, and then sometimes you decide you're not going to do them. So certainly affordable housing has been talked a lot about it, and certainly I watch the real estate market here, and I got lucky when I bought here because it's really a challenge, and it's not only a challenge here, but just everywhere, as people have said. I think there's some unique opportunities coming before the town, particularly if the Holtec land becomes available, and so trying to plan for that. And then also what remaining historic preservation opportunities are there to take advantage of those. And again, particularly with old buildings, sometimes buildings make decisions for you, as I like to say in my business, and you have the example of the Pilgrim Museum where the roof started to leak, and there was a lot of assets and irreplaceable assets in the museum, and sometimes you just have to be opportunistic, or you're forced into making a decision that may bump something up to the prior list. But it's not done in a vacuum. It's done, collaborating with your colleagues to not only make a decision, but share the rationale behind that decision when you bring it forward.
Thank you, and I'm very interested to hear your thoughts as a member of the Advisory and Finance Committee and someone who's worked with very large budgets over the course of your career, what your thoughts are on the current spending strategies that the CPC employs, and if you believe so, could you offer the residents some reassurance that we're being good stewards of their money?
Well, I think stewardship is the name of the game, and it's really, it's just when you think you're communicating enough, I've learned over the years, you have to communicate some more. So I think people have to understand where the money's coming from, how it's being used, how it's consistent with the charge of the CPC charter, and put it in that context. And I also think establishing metrics. So I remember one time, I think it was on the museum thing, well, what's the cost per square foot? That wasn't available. In my business, that's a key metric for that kind of project. Or in the St. Stephen Street thing, you know, cost per acre. I mean, you need to find out relevant metrics to apply to a project and compare it to what else is going on in the outside world. Because construction costs have been going through the roof, literally.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Len Levin?
Good evening. Let me make sure this is okay. My name's Len Levin. I'm here to apply for a position on the CPC. Currently, I'm a member of the Cable Advisory Committee. Thanks for adding a member to our committee. We could use one. The Distinguished Visitors Committee, which we're busy getting ready for the people from Japan to come visit us in the beginning of August. And the most important one I've been privileged to be on, is the Charter Review Committee. And we just spent the last year working very hard to have the Plymouth Town Charter become a very modern, consistent document. I think everybody will be happy with our work. As I've said in the past, when I'm come before the committees, I'm kind of an unknown. I've only lived in Plymouth now for 3 years. We moved here from Medford, and we live in the Pine Hills, and we really look forward every time we come down Route 3 and get away from Boston. We don't miss it at all, so we really like it. My work career is I started working in New England. I moved from Virginia. I worked for a little company called Digital Equipment Corporation. For those who know anything about that, they were the original owners of the land that the Pine Hill sits on. Some people think Ken Olsen said they were going to move the headquarters here. That was never going to happen. And in hindsight, that's probably a good thing. It did never happen because we'd have a bunch of empty office buildings. The most important thing I've done in my career is for the last 4 years, I've been self-employed running my own IT consulting business. And that's given me an opportunity to understand what it takes to run a business and be responsible for all aspects of it. So now you ask me, why am I interested in the CPC? So as I looked at an opportunity to continue to serve the town, because the CRC will be winding down here in the next couple of months, the CPC caught my eye. And a couple of things that came to mind for me is what we had as part of other committees I'm on, and what has become a theme of the town, I think, is to make the process of running the town as open and inclusive as possible. There should be no secrets. There should be nothing that's done, you know, under the table, whatever. And I really would strive to have the CPC be that. The other thing is, we hear about affordable housing. I'm blessed that that's not been an issue for me throughout my life. But I think the idea of having the CPC focus on creating affordable housing, I use the word truly affordable housing. You know, there's some affordable housing in the Pine Hills. It's not affordable. Probably wouldn't be affordable to me if I didn't live in the home I lived in. And then the other thing is I want to make sure the committee is run in the best way possible. It conforms to all the rules and regulations of both the town bylaws and the state statute, but basically do things to make the committee be as efficient as possible. That's kind of my strong suit in what I did at DEC and what I've done throughout my career. And as I said, it's an opportunity for me to continue to serve the town of Plymouth. We consider it our home. We are happy every time we get back down here. We don't miss any of the craziness of Boston and the surrounding area. So that's all I have to say about myself and why I want to be on the committee, so I'm open to your questions.
Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Len. So if you were to be appointed, what sort of things that you've seen that the Community Preservation Committee does would you like to see continue? What would you like to see change, and how would you accomplish those two things?
Well, from what I've seen of the committee is that I think it needs to be something that involves the community. I don't think it involves the community much very now. Excuse me, it doesn't involve the community much now. I would like to see that how things are done within the committee are clearly stated. It's not just, we have a discussion at a meeting and that, I'm a kind of a process guy, so I wanted to be process driven. I just think, again, it's an evolving process. There's nothing that you do today that always works for tomorrow. You may have to evolve it. You may have to change it. You may have to adapt to the times and the situations. So it's not one size fits all. So I think that that's important, that we be flexible and clear about what it is our goals are and how we're going to arrive at them. I hope I answered your question.
You did. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Len, thank you for being here tonight.
You're welcome, David.
You know my two questions, I'm sure, by
I know
now.
your two
First, I'll ask
questions.
about spending priorities.
I've been Googling the answers the whole time. No, I'm just kidding.
So what do you think the most important spending priorities will be for the CPC over the 3 years that you would serve on the committee?
The housing is important. I think we hear about it at all aspects of our lives, and somebody said it's been going on for decades, as far as I can remember. So I think whatever we can do to use that money that our citizens have entrusted us with, to use it to the best. Would it be great to fix a park? Would it be great to fix a building? Yes. But I think for the people who have lived in Plymouth their lives and paid taxes and paid into that fund, whatever we can do to use that fund to help them be able to remain in Plymouth. And like I said, the word truly goes in front of affordable housing. Affordable housing has been this term that's been, it's like a marketing campaign. It's not something that is in fact truly affordable housing in most cases. And then your other question was?
Thank you. My next question is on current spending strategies employed by the CPC. You've heard how those strategies have played out, so I'd like to know your thoughts on the current spending strategies, particularly surrounding borrowing. And if you believe so, if you could offer some assurances to the residents that we're being good stewards of their money.
So it's like having a credit card. And lots of people like to go get credit cards, and all of a sudden, the guy knocks at the door and says, it's time to pay. And so I get concerned when we're over-leveraging the fund. I mean, in some sense, you could think about, would it be nice to run it like an enterprise fund, where it's self-supporting? I mean, you have the cash flow issue of a fund like that, where you would have to maybe go out and borrow some money short-term. But I think we really have to be careful about, people want things done, but if you can't afford them, you just can't do them. It's like our lives, our houses, whatever. You can't go on a vacation to Europe if you can't afford it. And so I would like to see that that's done. And again, it's not one size fits all. I mean, this idea that in life, one size fits all, we want it to be a light switch, In my world, in my business, people would ask me, why did that computer break? Or why does it do that? And I go, well, it's not a light switch. It doesn't work like a light switch. So I just think it's very important that we be very careful about not over-leveraging that fund. And it seems like to me, from what I've been able to research and read, we have now over-leveraged that fund.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sean?
Len, I don't have a question. I just want to compliment you on saying that affordable housing is not affordable. So it is effectively, you said, a marketing campaign.
Yeah.
That term is a soundbite, which means nothing.
Right.
technically it means we are creating unaffordable housing. There has been no discussion about what the variables are that actually go into true affordable housing.
Right. I mean, oh, I'm not, but I mean, if you look at, what was done last year at town meeting in Red Brook, the effort by all the parties, not just one person, not just the town, not just the CPC, but by all parties, created truly affordable housing for people to be able to, that have a lower income. And that's the kind of projects that we should, all the different bodies and departments in this town should strive to try to create and use the CPC money where it can help create those opportunities for truly affordable housing.
That it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Levin. Mr. Provenzano? Welcome.
Good evening. Tony Provenzano. I'm a resident of Plymouth. I live right up the street, Seaver Street. I've lived there for nearly 40 years, lived in the town since 1985, practiced law in the town since 1986, and have been involved in one way or another in town government pretty much from the beginning. Spent 6 years on the Finance Committee, chaired it for 3 years, Historic District Commission, 10 years on town meeting floor, and 6 years on your board. Have been involved in not-for-profits, currently on the board of the South Shore Community Action, currently the president of the Plymouth 400 Legacy, and I would welcome the opportunity to serve the town again on this board. And before I just blather on, I will entertain your questions.
Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Mr. Provenzano. So obviously, with your experience, not just on the select board, but throughout town government and as just a member of the community, you've had an opportunity to see the CPC through the years.
Yes.
Maybe things that have worked, maybe things that didn't work as well. So if you were to be appointed, what does the CPC do that you would like to see continue? What does the CPC, what are they doing right now that you'd like to see change or not doing that you'd like to see change? And how would you accomplish those things if you were given a 3-year term tonight?
Well, certainly the CPC has done some amazing, marvelous things in this town. We're standing in one of them. And certainly in the area of historic preservation, they've done a marvelous job with the downtown. Now, having said that, when I was on your board, there were things that I actually voted against when they were brought before the board. So I'm not a rubber stamp or a yes vote for sure on many things. We've purchased quite a bit of open space over the years, and I've been involved, again, when I was on the board, reviewing those processes. I think the biggest change, though, is process. I think that a more transparent process would serve you and serve the town and serve the town meeting well. So I think the biggest change that ought to be considered is a more open, a more regular process. The CPC should be a creature of the town government and should receive much more consensus from the broader town government, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tony, thank you for being here tonight. You probably have it already prepared, so I'll ask you my 2 questions. The first is on spending priorities. What do you think the most important priorities are for the CPC should you serve in the next 3 years?
Well, currently, I think the clear consensus from the community is that we should be looking at affordable housing, and I'm appreciative of the fact that affordable housing is something that is, in some ways, a catchphrase. The state certainly looks at it one way. The state looks at what an affordable housing unit is and counts those beans, and until we have enough beans in the jar, they essentially take a lot of our planning ability away from us. So I think that when we look at affordable housing, we should be looking at it in a way that leverages the funds that are available to us to get as many of those units on that, you know, are affordable to the extent that something is truly affordable, but also that moves that needle so that even if you think that we'll never get to 10%, that we at least take an effort to go in a forward direction and not stand still.
Thank you. And if you could talk a little bit about the current practices and if you believe so, in terms of spending strategies.
Well, I think the spending strategy you're alluding to is debt and the use of debt. And the only observation I would make is that when you exercise debt, you not only take away from the future revenue source, you take away the discretion of the future board. I mean, basically, your hands are tied. You've spoken for the money, and now you perhaps lose the opportunity when it arises. Now, there are some times when debt makes sense. If you have an opportunity and it's something that is here today and is not going to be here tomorrow, and it's beyond the current revenue stream, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it has to be done very, very carefully because you're basically robbing from tomorrow and you're robbing from the future discretionary decision makers because their hands are tied.
Thank you.
Any more questions from Mr. Provenzano? See none? Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Mahoney.
Just a point of clarity on the overall debt the CPC is currently carrying. It's, I believe it's 5 projects combined, $13.5 million, but right now it's only $6.5 million. There'll be a $3 million affordable housing that is not due until July 1st of '25, and then there's a $4 million affordable housing that's not due until July 1st of '26. So the current exposure is $6.5 million, with $7 million due in the next year or two. And the finance director has done extraordinary work over the last decade or so, providing us with the opportunity to multitask and never missing out on opportunity.
Thank you, Sean. That being said, I'm going to bring it back to the board for conversation or comments because this was, we had a lot of applicants. We had many letters. So let me just bring it back this time. Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, first of all, as we have in recent weeks when we've been appointing people to boards and committees, this is one where I think one could make a case for each and every of the applicants in one way or another to be appointed to the committee. So I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to choose from a field of qualified candidates. I will say that in terms of my 2 votes, I know where one of my votes is going, and I believe I'm conflicted on the other, and I'll expand upon that. So one of my votes is going to go to Mr. Lally. I served with Mr. Lally on the Advisory and Finance Committee for a number of years. I thought he was very good in that role. He joined us at a time where we were dealing with a lot of different issues. He always did the work very diligently, came prepared to the meetings, asked good questions. He's very procedurally driven. He was actually on when I was leaving the Advisory and Finance Committee, he was on my short list of people that I thought would be a good chair of that particular committee, should he have the capacity to do so and the willingness to do so. So I've thought very highly of Mr. Lally's work and effort for a long time on that board, and I think he would do excellent work on the Community Preservation Committee. As to my second vote, I have, in the last 10 years, had a lot of opportunity to interact with Mr. Cohan. And I think that he is one of the hardest working, if not the hardest working volunteer in the community. I think he prints all of the pages and hand numbers them in the books that he hands out. He goes to select board meetings. He goes to FinCom meetings. He goes to all the caucuses that he can. If he can't go to one, it's not for lack of trying. I went to 9 caucuses this past cycle, and that was daunting and exhausting. It was more than I'd ever been to in the past, and I know Bill goes to more routinely. I joked earlier that his presentation gets very repetitive as it goes on. It does for those of us that are following him along in the circuit, but I understand that every presentation is someone's first presentation, so I don't hold that against him. He's accomplished a lot in that role in that time. A lot of open space and historic projects have been preserved that wouldn't have been. I think, as has been pointed out by other folks, we're literally sitting in a building that Mr. Cohane and his efforts helped not only to preserve, but also fund the reconstruction of. And that is significant. But there are other things that give me pause. There was, of course, the most recent issue at town meeting. I think it was an honest mistake. I think a bigger issue was made of it than needed to be at a prior board meeting by someone that's no longer here, and I won't get into that.
Thank you.
I think as well that there was, in the not too distant past, a procurement issue that was brought up earlier that I had some concerns about. I think he pointed it out in my response to his weakness, that he has some, I think I took his response as being that he can be difficult to work with at times, because I think Bill values his independence. And I think I don't think the CPC is as independent as some believe it is. I mean, it has an office in this building. It uses the town finance director. It relies on David Gould for a lot of work. It now relies on town council. Obviously, members of it there's a member on of the board that's on there, there's a member of the planning board that's on there, and there's 3 positions on the CPC that are appointed by the select board, including these 2, or 4 actually, positions, including these 2. So, and I think there was a time in Plymouth when these little walled gardens that some boards and committees were in could do their thing, be left alone, and it didn't make a difference, and it was okay that they were left alone and not working with the other people. But we are a city playing town at this point, and we need to grapple with that perspective and that future, because private entities and developers are not bound by this town meeting cycle and are not, and we are losing our community to the efforts of other people on that regard. And we need to collaborate and cooperate on all levels in order to protect the interests of this community. That affects CPC's work, because when you don't have enough affordable housing, you can have 40B projects that come up, and they ignore local zoning. So they can ignore a historic district, they can ignore commercial, and they can put density where we don't want it because we don't have enough in this other area. So we need to be able to work with CPC on that front. And candidly, I have some concerns about Bill's ability at this point to work with us in the way, and when I say us, I mean the whole town, not just these 5 people here or the people on the 4th floor. The whole community needs to be able to work together on this. Because I did see at some of those caucuses that I went to last fall, how that conversation about that CPC and COPC admin played out. And Bill was opposed to it at the time. I remember him speaking against it at more than one caucus, saying that it was town overreach and trying to put our thumb on the scales, and I disagreed with that. And he was speaking against an article, not a CPC article, but an article that was going to fund the COPC's half of that. And it was affecting the work of a completely different board and committee in a way that I thought wasn't great. So I think that Bill has a lot of positives. I think Bill has some negatives, and I find it difficult to look past any of that, and I'm conflicted, and I think my colleagues have some conflicts on that front as well, some of them. I think his service has been notable and commendable, but those are my reservations, and I think any member of this board would be justified in having those concerns and coming down whatever way they come down on those fronts. So I know where one of my votes is going. I'm leaning towards where another vote might go, but those are my thoughts, and I look forward to the discussion from my colleagues.
Anyone else wishing to comment at this time? Okay.
Short
Mr.
discussion.
Yeah. Mr. Canty, how do you vote?
Cast my 2 votes, first for Joseph Lally, and second for Bill Cohen.
Mr. Mahoney?
G. Edward Bradley and Anthony Provenzano Jr.
Mr. Blitzer?
I'm going to vote for Ed Bradley, and I'm going to vote for Mr. Len Levin.
Mr. Golden?
I'll cast my 2 votes for Chief Bradley and Mr. Levin.
And I'll cast my 2 votes for Chief Bradley and Len Levin.
So, Mr. Chairman, G. Edward Bradley and Len Levin have each acquired 3 votes and have been appointed to the Community Preservation Committee. And we certainly extend our thank you to everyone that applied and put themselves forward and giving us a field of qualified candidates. And we thank Mr. Hemberger and Mr. Cohen for your years of service to the community. Thank you.
At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Is Janice Abell here? Able? Maura Flaherty? No show on the first one. Good. She's out there. She'll have to leave there.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mara Flaherty. I graduated from Mass Maritime Academy with a degree in marine science and safety and environmental protection. I currently work there now in the science department as a program coordinator. I help facilitate a partnership with the Buzzards Bay National Estuary Program, Mass Maritime, and towns in Buzzards Bay. Each semester, I choose and hire and train a new group of cadets, and we go out in the towns that we're partnered with and inspect their stormwater infrastructure. We're looking for illicit connections, all things that lead out into the waterways and the bays and the ocean to help improve their water. I deal with residents on a daily basis. I hear their concerns, I appreciate their input, but unfortunately in that position, I don't have much say. I'll put it into my reports, but that's kind of where that ends. So I really want to provide that in my community in Plymouth. I've lived here for 16 years, and I would like to use my knowledge and my passion for the environment to be on this board.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Canty?
So you sort of alluded to it in your comments, but just I'm going to ask you a question that I've asked several of the other applicants, several of the other positions. So if you were to be appointed to the Conservation Commission, what would you like to see continue from what they're currently doing? And what would you like to see done differently, either that they're not doing or that you'd like to see them do differently from what they're doing? And how would you accomplish those if you were to be given a term?
I'll be forthcoming. I'm not entirely knowledgeable of everything that's happening in Plymouth in regards to that.
Okay.
I spend a lot of my free time researching and understanding the communities that I work with, the several other towns.
Sure.
I know just from personal experience that a lot of the lakes and ponds around here that do empty out into Buzzards Bay are already shut down due to bacteria.
Yes?
I would like to see that improved. We already can't swim in the pond that I live next to. So I would like to see some changes in that.
And we have 2 3-year terms and we have 1 2-year term, and we have a number of applicants. Do you have a preference as to whether you would receive, if it were up to you, a 3-year term or a 2-year term this evening, were you to be appointed?
I'd be honored to be on either. I would prefer the 3-year term. I'm staying here, I live here, I'm passionate about what's going on in our environment, and so I would like to continue to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Morrison?
Walter Morrison, 9 Bloody Pond Road, in South Plymouth. I'd like to, first of all, get past the question of which term, how long. I'd like to apply for the 3-year. A year ago, I applied for the 1-year term. That was what was available. I was filling out the term of Ann Dunn. It's been a learning experience being on the Conservation Commission up to this point. I thought I went in with a fair amount of knowledge from my background in agriculture and in horticulture. I had to learn more. I've put in the effort, and I am well underway to getting certified by MACC. I have 6 of the 8 courses done. I need 2 more, and they are scheduled for this month. So I've fulfilled my commitment to trying to educate myself more. In addition to my background in agriculture and horticulture, I'm also past in the cranberry industry, so I'm very familiar with that, and that still is an integral part of this town. I realize that that industry is changing. There's going to be more land available in the future as the amount of cranberry acreage does go down because of the basically what the farmers have put in their increased production over the last decade is what is contributing to the amount of acreage in cranberries going down. And the town is seeing it as some of the cranberry bog land is now being converted back into natural revegetating and back into the watershed, which it's going to help provide, since many of these bogs were part in the past of cedar swamps in that type of land. If you have any further questions, happy to answer them.
Any questions, Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. If you were to be appointed, what would you like to see that the Conservation Commission is currently doing? What would you like to see continue? And what, if anything, would you like to see change that is either being done a way you'd like to change it or is not being done at all that you'd like to see doing? And how would you accomplish those goals?
Oof. There's a couple questions in there, I think.
It is a compound question, but I'm confident you can handle it.
Okay. One, I'm happy to see that after tonight, we're going to have a full board. That has been a problem going back for a while, and I appreciate what you folks had to do in terms of redoing the application process and getting and moving that forward. That's good news. In terms of just the Conservation Commission itself, I don't want to be critical of other members, so I got to be careful how I phrase this. I would like to see more involvement with the individual commissioners in viewing properties. And I can also include in that staff visiting more properties than what is currently being done. I think it has been too dependent on engineering drawings. I think that it is valuable to see properties. I have made it a point. Every single freshwater property that has come up for discussion, I have visited in the last year. I will admit some of the ones that are along the ocean, which is our other, should we say, everything that comes before the commission is water predicated. Some of the oceanfront ones I have not, but I have made darn sure I've gone to the freshwater ones. as much as we hear about the poor water quality, and that's another attribute going back, I was involved with the White Island when that went green 15 years ago, and I worked for 2 years with Federal, because I was a trustee at Federal Furnace Cranberry, in solving that problem. So I'm familiar with it, I'm aware of it. I'm also aware of what has to go into it to fix it. I realize that our biggest problem is what we can't do. And some of it involves other boards in making changes, particularly around fresh water. We have particularly in South Plymouth, with all the cottages that are being converted to year-round housing, they're allowed to stay where they are. If a property stays within the same ownership, the septic systems that are there are allowed to stay the way they are. It's a long-term problem that some of this, the Conservation Commission doesn't have the ability to get fixed. That isn't quite answering your question, though, because I don't know how to get it fixed. I do recognize that I think changes need to be made by others in the town in terms of how we are handling our septage in the pond areas where we do not have our sewer system going out there, nor can we realistically expect our sewer system to go out there. So some of these are open-ended. I don't know how to solve them personally, but I do see a need of still addressing those issues.
I understand. Well, a quote I've always valued was, we must become the change we want to see in the world. Some of the things that you've said are things you'd like to see other commissioners do, and perhaps you could, if given the opportunity, lead by example, and perhaps others would follow that.
I agree.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Blutzer?
Mr. Morrison, your reputation, your experience, your work ethic speaks for itself. And I could go on, but my colleague over there likes me to ask questions and not make statements. So my question to you is this board, I know you realize how important this Conservation Committee is to the town. The environment, it's so important. But keeping that in mind, the conservation is not just an enforcement committee. It should be an educational committee, because keeping in mind that you're dealing with your fellow residents and taxpayers. And I just make sure and I know you get it, but I'm going to ask you anyway because I have to ask questions. People should be treated, the 2 R's, be reasonable and respectful, because they are fellow residents. And education, I think, is very important, that people understand the problem and why it's a problem. So, and not just you can't do this or you can't do that. So, and a guy that's been in the service industry, with your business, I think you get that. So, but I just want to hear you say you agree with what I'm saying.
I agree with what you're saying, and when cases come in front of us, and we'll go back to, say, pond frontage properties, we are hoping when they come in with a proposal to offset what some could consider some damage to the environment is offset by greater positives to the environment. Moving going from a cesspool to a Title V system and keeping it 100 feet away from the water body. Those types of things.
Right.
Looking at plans and understanding plans, understanding where water is coming off of impervious surfaces, encouraging applicants where they are putting in a surface that asphalt, can they convert it to something else that will allow water to go into the soil, not move off. So we do try to encourage those.
Right, and the reason I'm bringing this up, and again, I'm not here to be critical of people in the past, but we've had issues, we've had complaints about aggressive committee members being disrespectful, and we actually saw it firsthand. You know, we saw, and I'll use the word arrogance, I guess I can use, from people on that, or persons on that committee. And that's something that we just can't have in any of our committees.
I agree with
Boards
you.
or committees.
I
It's
agree
just-
with you. You always have to be respectful, even if you disagree with them. You still have to respect them, you have to hear them out, you have to understand where they're coming from.
And especially your fellow committee members too, because you're all volunteers. And-
Correct.
And you mentioned something, you don't want to be critical, but I just hope that your fellow committee members can be respectful of each other. And I say that about all boards and committees, because you got to work together. So, and it's hard enough, you see tonight, we don't have enough volunteers to fill some of the committees tonight, so.
I'm happy to see that our commission's going to be
It's
filled.
gonna be, and it's very important.
That's good.
It's a very
But as I learned some time ago, sometimes you have to give in a point in order to get your 4 votes. I think that's, yeah, thank you. All set?
Any other questions for Mr. Morrison? Seeing none, thank you. Is Amber Salvage here?
Good evening. My name is Amber Salvage. I was here like a month or so ago for the last position open, so I'm here again to reapply. Unlike others, I've only been in the town for a few years now. I hope to be here for many more years. I love Plymouth. It's a great community, and I want to be more involved. And I specifically chose the Conservation Commission due to my background in natural resource work. I worked as a shellfish constable and natural resource officer for 4 years for the town of Dennis on the Cape. So I can come with lots of knowledge from that aspect of my position.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Canty?
So I have 2. One is my compound question. So if you were to be appointed to the Conservation Commission, what does the Conservation currently do that you'd like to see them continue to do? And what are they not doing that you'd either like to see them change the way they're doing or, do that they're not doing? How would you accomplish those objectives if given the opportunity to serve?
So currently, I haven't really been following what the Conservation Commission is currently working on. But listening to a current member, some of his statements I've seen that the site visits can be an issue in towns that I've already worked in. So definitely, I think that is an important aspect of being on the commission, is not just looking at the plans, but seeing it in person as well. So I do agree with that should definitely be something to work on if it's not being done.
Okay, and then secondarily, there are 3 positions, 2 for a 3-year term and 1 for a 2-year term. Do you have a preference as an applicant for whether, if you were to be appointed, you were to receive a 3-year term or a 2-year term?
I don't have a preference. I would be honored to take either position.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I guess not. Sorry about that. Just checking on something. Is Sarah Trainer in? Okay. So that's 2 no-shows.
Yeah.
We have,
Just for the record,
Yep.
that's, number one, and Miss Abel, Miss Trainer, this is at least the second time for Miss Abel and the fourth time now for Miss Trainer just not showing up. So I just want to bring that to the attention. I just feel they're probably not interested. I don't know why they didn't pull the names, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you. So we have 2 full seats and 1 vacancy, 2 3-year terms and 1 2-year terms. So we'll take the 2 3-year terms first, please. Mr. Canty, how do you vote?
I will cast my votes for the 3-year terms for first Ms. Flaherty and second Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Mahoney?
Excuse me. Flaherty and Morrison.
Mr. Golden?
I will first cast my vote for a 3-year term for Ms. Flaherty, and my second vote for Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Blitzer?
Flaherty and Morrison.
And I'll vote for Maura Flaherty and Mr. Morrison for the 2 3-year terms.
Having secured 5 votes each, Ms. Flaherty and Mr. Morrison have been appointed to 3-year terms on the Conservation Commission. Thank you for your applications and interest and willingness to serve.
So you want to make a motion for Amber?
I would make a motion that we appoint Amber Salvage to the 2-year term.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden. Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Blitzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Unanimous. Thank you all. Congratulations. Now, that's what I was trying to say before, but I do have a question. It was brought to my attention that one of the applicants, McMillan, says City Cohasset. This is Plymouth, right? No, I mean,
It is, yes.
I just was testing you all.
What committee is that?
This
Mr.
one.
Yeah, his application lists a Cohasset address.
What's the name?
McMillan, the last applicant, the non-incumbent.
Well, let me see, is Mr. McMillan here? Do you live in Cohasset? Okay, I don't know if we can, I don't think we can.
He's a present business owner.
Look, I'll tell you what, please, come up to the microphone. Welcome.
Thank you.
Would you, you were speaking when we called you up, would you like to start what you were saying over again for the benefit of the microphone and the viewers?
Yes, I was advised that there was in the past a gentleman who was on the Harbor Committee who was not an actual resident of Plymouth. That's the only reason that I...
Do you know when, do you know when this occurred? Is it in the recent past? or
About maybe 5 to 6 years ago.
Okay. Well, would you like to make any other statements about your interest in serving while you're at the microphone?
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to at least apply for the position. My name is Fran McMillan. I've been in the marine service and hospitality and diving business for the past 35 years. I've been in Plymouth now for the last 5. I was asked to come in. I run a water taxi service in the harbor. And the Harbor Committee in this town is a very diverse group of people from all the different aspects of it. The shellfish, the fishermen, the lobstermen, and I just thought that I could contribute. There's always the opportunity to give back, and I might not be from this town. I did serve on the Waterways, which is the same as the Harbor Committee in Situate, for 6 years, chairman for 2, and I didn't live in Situate, but that might be a bylaw or whatever situation. I'm just looking to give back. What goes on with this town and Plymouth Harbor is absolutely amazing. I'd just like to be part of it, that's all. Thought maybe my experience might be something to contribute and help out with it.
Excuse me, my mic was off. And I can appreciate all that, seriously, but I just don't know if it's within the guidelines of the town to, where you're not a resident, to appoint you here.
Yes.
I fully respect and commend you for your comments and wanting to give back. That's really great, but Derek, do you know, or does the town clerk know? I know she's out there.
I do know, I can't speak directly about the
Okay.
Harbor Committee, but I do know there have been other committees where we had a non-resident staff some of these boards and committees. So there has been a precedent set in this community.
Okay. Any questions? Go ahead,
I
Charlie.
don't know if I have a question,
All
but
right,
I certainly
comment?
have a comment about him being an out-of-towner.
Okay.
Is it okay?
I'm not chairing the meeting, Charlie, but.
Go ahead, Charlie.
I want to follow the rules. Mr. McMillan's got a stake in the harbor. He's got the launch service. Certainly, if anybody knows what's going on in the harbor, I think Mr. McMillan knows, because he's going to run to all the different boats, and he's right down there with his thumb on the pulse. We have lobstermen, fishermen, different groups. And I'm not sure that everybody on that harbor committee is a resident. I wish Mr. Chandler was here, and if he's watching, can you text me? But I just think that you could be an asset with your experience, and also, you're there every day, and you know what's going on down there, so.
That would be my intention.
Yeah, and you have a stake, and let's face it, you want to get on there because you want to protect and, make sure things are going right in the harbor. It's important to your business, which is good. It's just like, that's why the fishermen and the lobstermen are on there. Mr. Doyle can attest to that. In fact, Mr. Doyle, you may know, are there any non-residents on that board?
No, they're
Okay.
all Plymouths in your packet.
No, on the board, yep. All right, so.
You need to come up here.
So, yeah, so anyway, that's my say on that, but if we can't put you on, we can't put you on, but,
He said we have on other committees.
yeah.
The others are all from Plymouth, see these?
I'm sure Mr. Doyle could fill us in on a few
Oh,
things
he's not listening.
when he comes up. Anyway,
Would Mr. Doyle like to say something?
Thank you.
Thank
just
you.
for the record, I was the liaison to that committee, and so I for a few weeks, but it's a very interesting committee, so I'll leave it at that.
Bill Doyle, Precinct 14. I'm a town resident for 66 years, I guess. Regarding Fran, I can tell you he's a big asset to the committee. He has a nice way about himself. I think he represents Plymouth Harbor very well with his business. I'd like to see him continue with us. I do, to the best of my knowledge, I believe all the other members of the committee are town residents.
But he's not currently on the board, on the committee.
Well, maybe he's not appointed, but as far as I'm concerned, he's there every single meeting, and I hope he continues to.
Thanks for the input.
All right. As long as I'm up here, do you want to hear from me?
I
Or
don't need to hear
have
from
you
you.
heard enough?
I don't need to hear from you, but the board might want, so I'll keep quiet.
Any questions for Mr. Doyle? Thank you. Is Julie Archer here? Okay, she's not here.
Brian Belcedo. John Borland. Phil Chandler. Justin Darlin. We know Mr. Doyle's here. Scott Dunlap. Okay. Back to the board.
So I gathered the hearing is poorly attended by incumbents. Nevertheless, they did submit a significant amount of paperwork, and they are incumbents with experience in this particular position. I have, despite what other boards or committees may have done in the past, I have reservations about appointing a non-resident to a Plymouth board or committee. If Mr. McMillan is going to these meetings and contributing, he's welcome to continue to do so. But I just have reservations about personally signing off on a non-resident taking up a position that residents are applying for. And it's nothing personal, it's just procedural and I think legal as well. So unless my colleagues feel differently, I would make a motion.
No. 1 second, please.
Fair enough.
Come on up. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. He had asked me and I forgot.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to do it after the motion.
Okay.
If I can, just for the record, I'm Steve Bjorklund. I actually am a Norwell resident right now. And you can appoint somebody to a Plymouth committee from another town as long as you determine that they have a special knowledge that will help that board. And I've tried to get on conservation a couple times here, so I did check into that. But you can put them on there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to you, Mr. Canty.
I would make a motion that we reappoint the incumbents to their current seats, since some are specific criteria seats and some are general seats. But I would make a motion to reappoint the incumbents as a slate.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden. Discussion? Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Blitzer?
No.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes. 4 in favor, 1 in opposition, Mr. Blitzer. Thank you. Historic District Commission.
Hold on, just for the record, that was, I didn't want to do the whole board. I wanted to take them one at a time, so that's why I voted no. So, thank you.
Thank you. Historic District Commission. 1 architect seat, 1 architectural historian seat, 1 vacancy. 2 3-year terms, 1 2-year term. There's 3 applicants, 2 incumbents. Is James Cahill in? Ann Mason?
Good evening. I'm Ann Mason. I was born and raised in Plymouth and returned almost 10 years ago after finishing my PhD work in history. And it's been my pleasure and privilege to serve as the architectural historian on the Historic District Commission. And I'm happy to talk about my time on the commission and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Mahoney?
Ann, how's the baby?
Well, she's doing very well. She was 3 months old yesterday, so I'm hoping that she's sleeping at home with Dad. I haven't gotten any messages, so hopefully that's still the case. But
Okay, well, I'll do everything I can to get you out of here as quickly as
thank you.
possible.
Any other questions? Okay, wish of the board.
I would make a motion to appoint, well, I guess I'd
2 3 years.
Do you, I guess before Ms. Mason, would you want a 3-year term as an incumbent, or would you want a 2-year term?
I think the architectural historian seat is for a 3-year term. Is that? I think so. Yeah.
May be divided that way, but my preference generally with incumbents is to give them full terms, but if
Yes,
for some
that would
reason
be
you
my
wanted a
preference.
different, right, okay. I would make a motion to,
Excuse me, I skipped over Patrick Ryan.
Okay.
Patrick Ryan, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Patrick, I started talking about the baby and going fast, and I went right by Patrick. Patrick Ryan? No? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, I would, well, given my colleagues' preference for not taking them as a slate, what I would suggest, now that we've concluded all, maybe we just cast up to three votes per
We certainly can.
candidate.
So, Mr. Bledsoe, your 3 votes, please.
My 3 votes are the 3, it's Cahill, Mason, and Ryan.
Okay. You want the 2 incumbents for the 3-year terms, Charlie?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Golden?
For the 3-year terms, I'll cast my votes for Mr. Cahill and Ms. Mason. And for the, we're doing all 3?
Yes.
For the 2-year term, I will cast my vote for Mr. Ryan.
Mr. Canty?
I would cast my 2 votes for the 3-year terms for Mr. Cahill and Ms. Mason, and my vote for the 2-year term for Mr. Ryan.
Mr. Mahoney?
The 2 3-year terms, Cahill and Mason, and the 2-year term, Patrick Ryan.
And for myself, Cahill and Mason, the 3-year terms, and the 2-year term, Patrick Ryan. No Place for Hate, 4 full seats, 1 student seat, 1 1-year term, 2 2-year terms, 1 3-year term, and we have 1 applicant. Stephen Karam? Not here? Okay. Wish of the board?
Mr. Bletzer?
I'll make a motion that we table this, and so we only have 1 candidate for 4 seats. We repost it.
So I have a motion, no second?
I'll
Okay.
second Charlie's motion.
All right. Motion by Mr. Bletzer, second by Mr. Golden. Discussion? Mr. Canty?
So, Mr. Karam is someone that I served with on the Advisory and Finance Committee for a brief period of time, a number of years ago, and I found his work on that to be quite good, and he was very dedicated. He had to step away for employment obligations at the time, as I recall. I think just prior to or at the beginning of the pandemic, which was obviously a busy time for a lot of folks all around. I think I have noticed that obviously there are a lot of vacancies on No Place for Hate. I think he would be a good candidate. Perhaps even if we just gave, he's not here to ask any questions, but perhaps even if we just gave him the 1-year term so that we have one less vacancy on the committee, that would, I don't know if they're having quorum issues, for example, for meetings, so I'd just like to not see the committee have difficulty functioning based on a lack of appointed individuals. So my suggestion would be to vote against the motion and to appoint Mr. Karam for perhaps the 1-year term and come back.
I can withdraw the motion if the board would like that. I have no problem doing that. And I'd like to just make a comment, is that it's probably a good thing that a lot of people aren't applying for this. Hopefully that means there's not a lot of hate in Plymouth, and, so that's what I'm hoping. I'm a positive guy, but
Go with it.
Glass half full.
anyway.
It is Trump.
Well, you want to make that motion, Kevin, or you want me to?
Well, if you withdrew your motion and Dave withdrew the second, then we'd be back to the candidates.
So,
Yeah, they did.
Okay, then so I would make a motion to appoint Mr. Karam to the 1-year term.
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Canty, excuse me, second by Mr. Bletzer. Discussion? Mr. Golden,
Yes.
Mr. Butzer.
Yes.
Mr. Canty,
Yes.
and myself, yes. That was for the one-year term, correct?
It was, yes.
Okay. Open Space Committee, one full seat, one vacancy, one's a 3-year seat, one's a 2-year seat. There's 2 applicants, Bruce Howard, Lois Post. Lois Post is the incumbent. Is Mr. Howard in?
Yes, sir.
Come right up. Oh, you? I'm just going in order here. It's okay, you can stay there, you're gonna. Ms. Post, how are you?
Fine. Getting tired.
Good. Any
Haven't
questions?
had my dinner yet.
Excuse me?
I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too. Have to DoorDash in a few minutes. I'm getting good at that. Huh? No.
Yeah.
All right, any questions for Mrs. Post? Mr. Canty?
Yes, Mr. Canty.
Hi, good to see you again. Lois, if you were to be reappointed, is there anything that the Open Space Committee is currently doing that you'd want to make sure they continue to do? Is there anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them do?
That's a difficult question because I like what we're doing. We have a wonderful committee. We're working well together. We're getting out there and exploring Plymouth ourselves. And I don't think I would change it. There's only so much we could do. We have no money.
Right, you
We
don't.
can't buy anything.
Yes,
We
yeah.
can only recommend.
Yes, right, okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Mr. Howard?
Good evening, Bruce Howard, 735 Long Pond Road. I've been a resident of Plymouth for 8 years. I currently serve and have served on a number of town committees. I have a great interest in preserving open space. During the week, you can often find me and my dog on trails or paths in the town preserves. So I have a good knowledge of the existing properties as well as having served on conservation, which gave me a great overview of a lot of the neighborhoods of the town. I have a great interest in this committee. I did attend a meeting in April and was asked about mapping, and I have pleased to say I have skills in reading and applying maps, so I think I would be able to contribute to the committee right from the start. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Howard? Mr. Canty?
So, Mr. Howard, I had the opportunity to serve with you on the Advisory and Finance Committee, so I know you are aware of the mechanics of town government. You're also currently on the Agricultural Commission and previously on Conservation, so you have certainly experience in this area and in our government generally. I'll give you the same question I've been giving to a lot of folks. If you were to be appointed, is there anything the Open Space Committee is doing right now that you'd want to make sure they continue to do? And is there anything that they're not doing that you'd like to change, and how would you accomplish that if given the opportunity?
Like many of the other new applicants, I don't have an in-depth understanding of the current processes of the committee. Obviously, I'd want to come up to speed on that. The one thing I would say is I would want to go out and visit tax title properties that are under consideration by the committee. Much as Mr. Morrison stated his intention or his practice of doing that for conservation, I did that for conservation as well. And I believe that seeing properties is a necessary adjunct to viewing them on the plans.
Thank you, and there's a 3-year seat, which candidly my preference would be to give that to the incumbent, but there's also a 2-year seat. Do you have a preference as to?
I would be very pleased to serve in either capacity, However, as Mrs. Post is the incumbent, I would like to see her retain the 3-year seat. I'd be happy to fill the 2-year seat. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Howard.
Thank you.
The 3-year seat. Mr. Mahoney.
Ms. Lois Post.
Mr. Golden.
Ms. Post?
Mr. Blitzer.
Ms. Post?
Mr. Canty.
Ms. Post?
And myself, Ms. Post. Congratulations, you have a 3-year term. Congratulations, you have a 3-year term. Go get something to eat now, all right? All righty. Mr. Howard, for the 2-year term. Mr. Blitzer?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel? Yes. Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Unanimous. Congratulations, Mr. Howard. The last one is on the Zoning Board of Appeals. We have 2 full seats, and they're 2 3-year terms. Is Mr. Conroy here? Here he is. Mr. Conroy?
Hello all. So thank you for hearing my application. Been on the board since 2009. I was on the Finance Committee for 8 years before that. So 2009 I started. That's when I became a town meeting rep. So I'm a lawyer and I'm a real estate attorney. Been doing that since 1995. So I've been practicing law for a long time. I think the fact that I have this legal background in real estate law, and I understand transactions, I understand how they work, how to negotiate. There's a problem in front of the board. There's been numerous times where issues come up. The difference how an easement runs with the land as compared to a license does not run with the land, knowing sometimes you don't want to bind the land to a developer. Sometimes you just want it to be that one person. So I've seen a lot of things that have gone on. I think I'm able to issue spot. Say one example was when First Citizens was building their bank. I saw on a plan that there was a right-of-way, and it wasn't mentioned anywhere. I started asking the applicant, where is this right-of-way? It's not really shown. It's mentioned on the side of the plan. It ended up being, it was continued, it ended up being a drainage easement for the, drainage right-of-way for the benefit of the town. And so then what happened is they submitted new plans. And so I was able to retain that benefit for the town. So I was able to issue spot that. I think my background is needed on this board. I think you need a lawyer on the board, maybe not necessarily me, but you need a lawyer on the board to look at these issues. Maybe Mr. Canty can step down and do that. So that I think one of the positives I bring to the board is I'm reasonable to people, I'm respectful to people, I'm always professional. Since 2009, I don't think you've ever heard a cross word from me. I don't hassle people. I remember Ed Angley, one of the first comments that he said to me is like, Ed, it's nice that you don't hassle people. I'm like, well, I really don't want to hassle anyone. 90% of the applications come in front of us are, you have your landowner, your homeowner, owns a residential home, wants to build a garage or wants to do an addition. And as long as the neighbors don't object to that, which would cause a nuisance, that's going to be an easy case. I'm not even going to comment on that. And when you look at a residential property, you want to make sure that if they're changing something, that all the water stays on the land. It doesn't go on the neighbor's land. And so on the residential side, it's really not that. I don't really hassle anybody. Where in relation to the commercial side, that's when it gets a little sticky. We've seen a number of 40Bs. I think that are going to continue. And those are probably the most difficult cases that the board hears. And dealing with water and how when Tell me if you want me to be quiet. I'll stop whenever you want.
We got another half a minute.
Half a minute? All right, so half a minute. So what do I think the big problems are? What can I do better? What can the board do better? What can we change? One thing that we can do better is water. We had an opportunity with the development where in the beginning of the project, they were going to put in a well, and then they took that back. And we had them, the developer, to put in the well. They ended up there was negotiations done. I think you guys were involved with some of that stuff, a lot. And so I can do better with the developers. I think environmental partners should be utilized more. They're the town engineer, they're the consultant for the engineer. When the Oasis was built, they said in their project that if we don't control the water, this was in 2001 or 2000, right when 2020, whatever, not 2021 or 2020, that if we don't be careful with the water, with what we're building, that North Plymouth is not going to have a water shortage, and they're not going to have, they're going to have issues with showers. Then what happened is things have gone on since then. Now we have a ban on building in West Plymouth because basically water, we can't service them. So I think we got an issue, and then with the water, and I think that I listen to a lot of traffic studies. I don't see them working. I see all I see is traffic getting worse. I get all these studies that are very wide. Pay a lot of money for the applicants, but what's happening at Exit 5? Exit 5, since in the last 5 years, has gotten a lot worse getting off the highway. Now it's backed up in the last couple of years. And you go down there about 3:30, it's packed down there. So I think in relation to Kevin's question, it's coming, I think, is that I think that I should do a better job with the water, I think a better job with the traffic. I think in relation to what we're doing well, is I think we analyze each case fairly. And I try to look at it very fairly. I don't, whatever people have done in the past is done in the past. And so you look at the case fairly and reasonably, and I think our board does analyze, they look at the project. And I think we don't let anything slide by. And I think maybe that's to our detriment, but I think that you want a board that's going to look at it and analyze it. And I think I do. Have any of you ever had a complaint heard about me since 2009? I don't know. I don't think so. So I'd like to continue to serve. I'll try my best to be respectful to everyone. And I don't think I have a problem being respectful, but I'll always try to be respectful to everyone and treat everyone fairly, whether I agree with them or I don't agree with them. So that's it about me. If you have any questions for me.
Any questions? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Costello?
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. I appreciate your time, and I was hoping you could consider me for one of the two positions this evening on the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Alan Costello. I've been a resident of the town since 1980, full-time resident. Presently, I live in Huntington Road, 41 Huntington Road. I've lived there just about 30 years, and that puts me in Precinct 10. So my experience volunteering with the town, I've been a town meeting member for 11 or 12 years, representing Precinct 10. For the vast majority of that time, I've been the precinct chair, representing Precinct 10, serving on the COPC, Committee of Precinct Chairs. 2 of the years, I was actually the chairman of the Committee of Precinct Chairs, which was great. It was a great honor. I've done other boards and committees. I'm presently wrapped up with the Charter Review Committee, and through the great success of Mr. Golden being elevated to Select Board, I'm now the chairperson of the Charter Review Committee. I'm also the chairperson of a subcommittee the Committee of Precinct Chairs has called the Legislative Oversight Committee. Sort of a new committee, and we're getting our feet under us, and we're going to review and talk about articles that have been passed previously at town meeting. I've also been lucky enough to be appointed by this Board of Selectmen for the redistricting committee 2 or 3 years ago. It was a work group, and I thought we did a good job for the town. The common denominator in everything that I brought up is sort of the legislative side of town government, and I've enjoyed that immensely, and I'd like to continue to help any way I can. But about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, someone came up to me and posed that maybe I run for planning board. And I had to say at the time, I didn't know anything about planning, so, but I appreciated the offer. And since then, I've sort of been paying attention to planning, and that's what prompted me to be here this evening. The Zoning Board of Appeals Committee, the appointing committee, and I thought I'd throw my hat in the ring. Now, you could ask, what's my experience? And I have a little bit. I have, in the last 35 years, run a telecommunications construction company. So not all the time, but several times a year, I'm in front of different committees, different boards, and different municipalities where we're putting up telecommunication towers. Way back in 1990, when I started the company, the first thing I went out and got was a Massachusetts construction supervisor's license, which doesn't exactly translate to being a zoning board of appeal member, but there's a lot of carryover. There's a lot of chapters in there that you have to study that talk about regulatory and permitting and site plans and drawings, elevations and things like that. So I'm familiar with that to a degree. I'm not an engineer by any means, but in my day-to-day work, we're going over plans all the time, and so I feel comfortable with that. The other thing that I would say is that with this experience of 30 years, I feel that I can work within the parameters of the Zoning Board of Appeals, as I've learned over the last year, and especially over the last 2 months watching meetings, past meetings that are archived on PAC TV from the committee. And I think I can work within those guidelines. I can learn from the members that are there, and I think I could do a good job. My goal would be to do an excellent job for the resident, for the town, and for business. And I think that not all the time does anyone think that the Zoning Board of Appeals is a business generating type board, but I think the Zoning Board of Appeals should have an eye towards business, and they should help foster business if things like that come before them. But I'd like to ask that you consider supporting me for one of the 2 seats, and thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Mr. Canty?
Mr. Canty, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. So if you were to be appointed to the Zoning Board of Appeals, what are they doing that you'd like to see them continue doing? And what, if anything, would you like to change were you to be given the opportunity to serve?
Well, the takeaway that I could, having been sort of prepared for that question, like I said, in the last month, I've watched a host of meetings, 20, 25 meetings, and as sort of a town government nut, I've been watching it for years, quite honestly. If I flip through on PAC TV, I'll watch a few cases. I won't watch the meeting start to finish until the last couple of weeks. But I would say that I'm actually pretty happy with what I see, the way the committee runs at this time. They have a sort of informal banter about them when they're talking about cases. There's a little bit of discretion. There's a little bit of leeway. And, you know, at the end of the day, you have to abide by the rules as best you can. I mean, you can't say yes to everyone. But initially, first look, I sort of like the way the board runs. I would not say anything negative. I don't know enough about it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
All set? Thank you very much.
Is Mr. Johnson here?
Good evening. My name's Steve Johnson. I just moved here 9 months ago, so you can't call me a townie. My background, first 25 years, I was a master plumber in the union. My last 25 years, I've been in fire protection, sprinkler contracting, and I'm presently now, I'm retired, but presently I'm now consultant for Cape Cod Healthcare for fire protection. With that said, I'm from the town of Easton, moved here. I'm overwhelmed with the size of the town and the open space that you guys have here. I spent 5 years in the town of Easton on the Board of Appeals, ZBA. Got sued twice Town council took care of all that for us. Obviously, we're doing our job. And like the gentleman said, 90% of the time, we dealt with residential applicants, and, the other 10% was commercial, and that's sort of where the problem was. In 40Bs, Mr. Cantor, I think you had mentioned that, they're trouble, and I'll leave it at that. So, obviously, we got some good candidates here, so I appreciate whatever you guys vote on. Thank you.
Mr. Blitzer? Mr. Canty?
Mr. Johnson, if you get on this committee, get used to being sued. We get somebody that likes to sue us, so
I've already been
you'll
there,
you'll get
so-
to meet her if you
He
get on.
probably already
so.
is.
Yeah, probably up in Easton.
But all great candidates.
Yeah, you do.
But we can't vote for everybody, so.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, thanks.
Mr. Canty?
Mr. Johnson? I do have a question, right. This may come as a surprise, but if you were given the opportunity to serve, is there anything that the Zoning Board of Appeals is currently doing that you'd like to see them continue to do, or is there anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them do or otherwise change?
Like I said, I just got down here, so, I was looking to try to, do some volunteering for the town, but, personally, the 40Bs are an issue. We dealt with them a few times in my capacity in Easton, and it worked out pretty good. We did cross over with planning and talk about it, so we had a conversation with the two boards. But yeah, I think it's 40Bs. I mean, I believe they hurt the town, so.
I don't think you'll find a lot of people disagreeing with that, yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
Sure do. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Thank you.
Mr. Peck? Oh, yeah, I'll come right back to you.
Save the best for last.
Thank you all for the opportunity to potentially come back to ZBA. Just briefly, my background, which most of you know, but been in Plymouth for a total of 31 years. First here in 73 to 77, working for Dave Crawley, if that name rings a bell. Our eldest son was born here in Plymouth, came back in 1997, and have been there, so what's that make it, 27 years. My background is as I'm an architect, retired architect now. Did architecture and planning at Children's Hospital in Boston for 35 years before I retired. Here in Plymouth, past and present, chair the building committee for the town and have for the last multiple years. Didn't do a count. Was also on ZBA for years and years, starting as an alternate, then a regular member and vice chair. And I left the Zoning Board of Appeals a year ago to take one of the positions in the Planning Board, the one-year position. And I picked the one-year position because there were two things I wanted to just essentially devote myself to, and that was getting the master plan funding approved and getting the ADU approved. And those two things needed a lot of attention, but I was, thank God that the town, it's kind of 2 for 2. These are good, long-range planning. That's what we should be doing. I think we've heard a lot tonight about affordable housing. I think the ADU bylaw, in its own little way, may be something that it's actually potentially truly affordable and not defined by the state as affordable when it's unaffordable. I enjoyed planning, as you know, with my background as an architect and planner on the ZBA, and then for the year in the planning board. I like to bring the architectural planning thinking to whatever the project is at hand, and I always try to make them better. So I'll look at something as an architect and say, well, gee, if you do this or you shift something 10 feet, I always look at the drainage. We heard about people talking about water. I care about the water. We got the water underground, as Ed said.
but I also care about the drainage and what that means. But basically, I like to help. I like to get to yes as much as possible. And even the big ones, the 40Bs, I like to roll up my sleeves and help them. The hard part for me about throwing my hat in this ring this year is the two incumbents are friends, fellow colleagues. We got along well, and when I realized that I was going to be in competition, that hurt a little bit because I'm very fond of Ed and Michael. So the incumbents have been doing a terrific job. In an ideal world, there'd be a vacancy I'd be throwing in my hat for. But whether it's this year or even next year, I'll come back because I care about the ZBA. And just a final thing that I've learned in the 1 year, I knew it, but it was reinforced, is the planning board recommends and advises. The ZBA actually votes. It's the final stop. So the kind of planning and help that I could bring to the planning board, the ZBA folks can listen to that recommendation or not, but when you're on ZBA, you can make the recommendations final. So I just want to help the town, past, present, and future, and I hope you consider me. Thank you very much. And open for questions.
Any questions? Mr. Canty?
Mr. Peck, if you were given the opportunity to rejoin the Zoning Board of Appeals, is there anything that the current board is doing that you would like to see them continue to do? And conversely, is there anything that they're doing that you'd like to change or not doing that you'd like to see them start doing? And how would you accomplish both of those?
No, I mean, like Mr. Costello said, in my years on them, I think by and large, it works pretty well. I think it's always important to listen and give the public and give the abutters a full, open listen to what they have to say and consider it. But our past chairman, current chairman, or actually past several chairmen have all been pretty good about it, also occasionally saying no, saying let's avoid redundancies. So I'd say by and large, the ZBA's doing a pretty good job, and we have the continuing major changes, major challenges with the 40Bs.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Any other questions?
Thank you very much for your
Thank you, David.
consideration.
Mr. Leary?
I'll let Richard speak. Yes, I'm Mike Leary, currently on the Zoning Board of Appeals. Been on it for 13 years. In the 13 years, I think I've missed 3 meetings. It's been a good board, as David said. You know, it's funny, and I was thinking of this earlier. The board can get in discussion. Sometimes they get a little heated. We all have differences of opinions. But, you know, 2 weeks later, we all show up in their new cases. And the board almost starts anew, and that volume knob is back down to 0, you know? And I found that amazing because if you look at some of the other boards in the past and committees, you know, they get dysfunctional. This board has functioned really well. David was there, and Ed, I don't know if Ed left. And I've watched them grow, including myself. Learned a lot while I was on there. When you look at it, with us, it's hard to say, what would you change with the board? Because every case is a new case. When it comes in, and we have to work within those bylaws. We have exemptions, we have exclusions. There's a lot of things that go into it. The exemptions are churches, schools, organizations, and comprehensive permits. The other side that we have the exclusions, that is held by the public utility companies. And if they're a registered public utility company and they can prove they can take care of a certain area, the town really has no say. They can walk away from the local bylaws. So it's a place where all of us have to learn, know what we're doing, and I think it's been a pretty good board myself. I'll answer any questions you want. Although I know both Charlie and Dickie have seen it, I myself, I do handle myself with respect to members and the chair, and actually I'm vice chair, and had to chair 2 meetings so far. One of them was sitting room only, well, standing room, actually, in here with 150 more. And I think I ran a pretty good meeting, too. But any questions? Be glad to answer.
Mr. Canty?
So you alluded to the difficulty, but nevertheless, I'm going to ask, if you were reappointed, is there anything that the board is currently doing that you'd like to see continue? And is there anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them do or otherwise change of the Zoning Board of Appeals if given the opportunity to continue to serve?
You know, honestly, I don't see much of it. Again, everything's case by case. So, you know, as each case comes in, you've got to read it through, make the determinations, what bylaws fit it, so on and so forth. So, not really. I mean, you know, every once in a while, the board, in amongst themselves and whatever, will get a little testy, or I don't know how you'd say it. But you know something, again, you come back in 2 weeks, it's a whole new board, you know, and we go through the cases. It's definitely an effective board, and I think it's a good board myself. I don't know how I'd answer that otherwise.
Okay, thank you very much,
Yeah.
Mr. Leary.
Any other questions for Mr. Leary? Okay, thank you. Are we ready to vote? Both 3-year terms? Mr. Mahoney?
Going to vote for the 2 incumbents, Edward Conroy and Michael Leary.
Mr. Canty?
I will vote for Ed Conroy and Michael Leary.
Mr. Blitzer?
I'd first like to just say that all candidates, once again, were
Yeah.
great candidates, and I could have voted for any one of them. But I'm going to vote for Mr. Conroy and Mr. Leary.
And Mr. Golden?
I'll cast my votes for Mr. Costello and Mr. Leary.
And I'll cast mine for Ed Conroy and Mike Leary. And as Charlie said, every single candidate we have was really good.
Congratulations to Mr. Conroy and Mr. Leary, and again, as my colleagues have said, a lot of qualified applicants. Thank you all for putting your name forward. Please, if openings present themselves in the future, feel free to reapply.
Anyone wishing to speak under public comment? Mr. Cirque and then the gentleman there.
Rich Cirque, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2. I'm disappointed but not surprised. Disappointed but not surprised by your decision tonight not to reappoint Bill Cohan to the Community Preservation Committee. I'm disappointed because, as you heard at last week's meeting, a substantial number of Plymouth voters believe that Bill's distinguished service on the CPC certainly merited his reappointment. I'm not surprised, however, because it's been clear to Plymouth voters for some time that this board has been intent upon removing him from the CPC. As has been stated by many people tonight, the CPC is unique among boards and committees because it collects monies from the taxpayers and the state and recommends how those monies should be spent under the Community Preservation Act. This board wants to exert more control over what projects the CPC recommends to town meeting. This began a year ago when you failed to reappoint a longtime and highly respected CPC member, and replaced her with the former chair of this board. Tonight, you've done it again, this time removing the CPC chair, a person who's been the face of the CPC for 23 years. I've listened carefully to your questions to Mr. Cohan tonight, and in my opinion, the issues you raised, in many cases, amounted to pretexts for a decision you had already made ahead of time. When the CPC reorganizes, I won't be surprised if your previous appointee, a person well-known for exerting control and wreaking revenge, becomes its new chair.
Just identify yourself for the record, please. Yep. Yes.
So my name's Tom Cummings, Beach Committee. I was told to appear here tonight for a board appointment for the Beach Committee.
Oh, is that one of the ones in the beginning where we appointed a whole board, the whole slate? Beach committee on the list?
Yes, it was in the slate.
Yeah,
So congratulations, you've been
Yes.
appointed to the Natural Resources and Coastal Beaches Committee for a 3-year term.
2.5 hours ago.
Yeah, so I guess it's not funny to me because I missed dinner with my kids. My kids are sick, and I've been here with dilated eyes after being at the eye doctor with a headache the entire time. So I am a little frustrated, and I would just like to understand, when was that known?
That was at the beginning when we moved the boards and committee appointments as a slate for the uncontested. It's listed on the agenda.
I've been here since 5:45. Was that announced?
It was,
Yes,
and
we voted
described
on
as we
it.
were doing it.
And was Beach Committee mentioned?
No, the fact that the grouping on the agenda was moved as a slate and that we were specifically delineated what we were doing and why
So
we were doing it.
my request, because I know you guys have other meetings, and again, little tired, little frustrated, but as you guys have other meetings, if there are other committee appointments for people who have never been to town meeting before, for people who have never been to committee meetings before, that was extremely unclear to me. And so I did not come reading an agenda before. I was just told to come and be prepared to speak to you guys. And I saw nothing that said, Beach Committee, you're appointed, you guys can go home. So I don't know if that is something that can be made more clear in future processes, if it can save somebody else time who was maybe not understanding that process, but if that part can be a little more clear. Again, the only understanding I had was I received an email, come here, be prepared to speak. Did not see anything that I was appointed, so. that's all.
Understood.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
If you want to speak now, you can.
No, I mean, I'm on the committee, so I already won. No reason to spike the football, but again, I just think, I just want to express that for other folks who may not be familiar with the process, that if I had that misunderstanding and I did not understand that point of it, and I was here listening to the entire time, that it's maybe something that could happen again and could be made more clear for future appointees and future committees. So that's my only ask. I'm not just here to complain, apologize for my frustration, but again, hopefully something that can be made easier for other folks going forward to just make it slightly more clear. Specific announcement of which committees are slate moved instead of just a one batch. So it was a surprise to me until right now that it
Okay,
was moved.
thank
So,
you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
Anyone else wishing to speak on the public comment? Town managers report?
Okay, it's 7 minutes of 10, so I'll try to keep my comments brief. I have just 4, I would say, major announcements, though. So first and foremost, I want to inform the board that our new dispatch center, which is, as you all know, got moved last July 1st over to the Sheriff's Department. Our dispatch center, which is known as the Plymouth Emergency Communications Center, has been nominated for the Dispatch Team of the Year by the Massachusetts Communications Supervisors Association. The combined county sheriff dispatch center is a finalist for the award, where tomorrow, at an event in Mendon, they will announce a winner. So I want to congratulate Chief Flynn and Chief Foley for their leadership in moving this project forward for the safety of our residents. And a special thank you to Sheriff McDonald for his leadership and willingness to work with the town. And then moving on, so last week, as you know, in the admin notes, there was, we sought the approval of the select board to accept a $10 million grant award by NOAA. So I think it would be important for us to bring Mr. David Gould in front of the board, because the NOAA grant award accomplishes a number of things. So first and foremost, we'll complete the dredging of Jenny Pond. We will create a pedestrian footbridge over the pond. It also includes the construction of a nature-like fishway around the grist mill to improve upstream and downstream passage. And then last, this $10 million will create new paths, new drainage work, landscaping, lighting, and site amenities all the way down to Brewster Gardens. In addition, this $10 million will put some money towards the spillway. We have to comply with some Office of Dam Safety requirements. So again, we'll increase some of the upgrades to the stormwater system on Spring Lane and so on and so forth. But I just want to, although this is $10 million, I want everyone to be aware that there's still much work that has to be completed beyond the $10 million. So Mr. Gould will be preparing a $5 million capital request to repair the Jenny Pond Dam for the fall. So I think it would be important if Mr. Gould came before the select board and talked about this what ultimately will be a $15 million project over at Jenny Pond. So again, I want to thank Mr. Gould, who's the Director of Department of Energy and Management, for his work on bringing $10 million to the town of Plymouth. And then I would also like to bring to the board's attention, I know Selectman Bletzer had the opportunity to attend an event with me last week that was led by Commissioner Brady. This was the Department of Health and Human Services event to announce the opioid settlement funding in our community. This program is called ARISE, which stands for Addiction Response and Improvement Strategies. And this event was held at the Mayflower Society last week. So just in summary, the ARISE grantees are 5 local nonprofit organizations and government entities that propose some innovative approaches to our screening committee, and these approaches are aimed at combating opioid overdoses, fatal and non-fatal overdoses in our community. The grantees are BAMSI, High Point Treatment Center, the Plymouth Public Schools, and To the Moon and Back. Each one received approximately $50,000. So we will be working on a second round of distribution this fall with seeking proposals from the community like we did this past time. I just want to let folks know that Channel 5 was also present at this. Mike Bedeau from Channel 5 was there. He videoed the 30 minutes of presentations and plans on doing a report on the work that the town of Plymouth has done in this sphere. I would honestly say that I think that the town of Plymouth, when it comes to the distribution of opioid grants, is definitely leading the Commonwealth in this respect. So lots of congratulations to Commissioner Brady and her team. And then the last thing I just will bring up, I'll have copies for the board. Our town clerk worked with other staff to, as we all know, as of 2 years ago, we started creating this government calendar. So this is a very important calendar. We tried to release right after the election. It was just posted on the website yesterday. But this calendar really outlines all the important dates that folks need to be aware of. So it speaks to when the warrant opens and closes. It speaks to when fall and springtime meetings are, when the elections, and so on and so forth. So we like to push this, socialize this in the community so folks can mark their calendars. As you know, we'll be opening the warrant the end of July, and it's only open for a couple weeks. But those are the 2 weeks in which you can submit your articles, but you should be preparing your articles for the entire year. So you can use this calendar to help plan for your 12 months of town government business. So I have copies for the board as well. Pending any questions, that's all I have for this evening.
Mr. Canty?
Derek, could you repeat the dollar amount for that project that David Gould is working? I couldn't hear if it was 15 or 50.
So the NOAA grant award is a $10 million grant award. With that, we've already received that grant award. I'd like, again, Mr. Gould to come before the board and present the entire project. But in addition to that, he's also preparing a $5 million capital improvement request for the fall town meeting that's going to focus on rebuilding the Jenny Pond Dam. So we're not able to use the NOAA dollars for the dam itself. That's more focused on the dredging, the fish passage, and all the other improvements. So in total, the entire project, just to bring Jenny Pond and all the amenities around it, is going to be approximately $15 million, which 2/3 of that coming from the federal government.
Okay, great. That's much better than 50, so
Okay,
thanks.
yeah.
Any other questions for Derek? Thank you, Derek. Moving on to new business. Do we have new business?
I have a couple things. I'd like to make a little announcement. The Division 9, the Ancient Order of Hibernians, the Father John Murphy Division, based out of Plymouth and Cottage Park, is going to have an open house on Saturday, June 22nd. The day is going to start at 10 a.m., and they are hosting the Consul General of Ireland to New England Siglar Fitzgerald. It's going to be on a walking tour to our Dublin neighborhood. That neighborhood is down by Water Street. It's like Union and Watercourse and Emerald, that area. There's a Irish history there. It used to be a Irish neighborhood back in the, I believe, late 1800s, early 1900s. So they're going to do about an hour tour down there, and then everybody's invited back from 12 to 4 at Cottage, the Cottage Commerce Center, 36 Cottage Park. There's going to be music, Steve Lindsay, who's great, some Irish step dances. There's going to be some other Irish festivities there. It'll be an exciting day if anybody wants to get down there to Cottage Park on the 22nd. Also, I want to ask the town manager or chairman, but if we could I'm getting a lot of questions. I've gotten phone calls. I've seen it on Facebook. And I responded a couple times on Facebook. I'm not going to do that anymore. And it pertains to the monies from the 400th. Where did the money go? And, where did our money go is what I've heard. And I try to tell them that it's private monies that were donated. It's not taxpayer money. And any tax money from the state was used for infrastructure, for our roads, to get ready for this 400 celebration that unfortunately never happened. But my request would be if we could have somebody from the committee come before us in the next couple of meetings and just give a report of the fundraising, how much they raised, what the money's been spent on, what's left, and what do they plan to use with that money. It would be nice, just for transparency. People, they're so negative sometimes, and they think that, accusations of being corrupt, and I know it's not. There was a very well-respected committee, but this might be helpful to answer a lot of questions. So if we could set that up, I think it would be very helpful.
Yeah, I'll work with the chair to see if we can pencil a date to have them come before the
You
board.
can explain, I've explained it's a 501c. They have financial reports that are filed with the Attorney General of the state, just like all the campaign, anybody that's an elected official does the same thing, so. But this would be easier if they just see a report. And maybe we get the Independent, maybe they'll do a story on it, so it can get out there so the public can and maybe even ATD, so the public knows what's going on with this money. Thank you.
I believe the chairman is Mr. Provenzano. He was here tonight.
Yeah,
We just put a call in to him.
that'd be nice.
Okay, anything else on the new business? Mr. Mahoney?
So, Mr. Chairman, I know you were looking for this. So tonight, up in
Yes.
Dorchester, on the Boston College High School campus, the Plymouth North varsity baseball team beat Westfield 4-2 to advance to the state title game. And I think Mr. Golden will tell you that in our charter, there's a section there that says whenever that occurs, the executive branch and the town manager has to go attend that game.
I
So
think the
that's
next
Friday
game
night
is going
at
to be
7
Friday night.
Friday night, 7 o'clock, Polar Park in Worcester against Walpole. So the bracket held, the number 1 seed against the number 2 seed, but their ace, David Brown, didn't have to pitch tonight, so he'll get to start Friday.
Friday in Worcester.
Mr. Golden?
So we can talk about carpooling all that
Friday nights.
offline tomorrow.
Congratulations to Plymouth and condolences to my alma mater, Boston College High School.
Yes.
No, they didn't beat BC High. That was a neutral site. They beat Westfield.
Yes, we actually have an employee on the team, so I'll be getting filled in and can't wait. I remember this one back, John, what year was it? I know you'll know it, so I'll just ask it. I have the actual program book and the baseball in the safe at work.
Mr. Follett has been the
Yeah.
varsity coach
Yeah.
over there for 34 years.
Mhm.
This will be his 5th state championship game, and he's won 2 and lost 2. But the first one was in '08.
Yeah, it was '08, because I have it. I'll bring it in next meeting. Maybe we'll have another one.
Oh, yeah, that's why they play the games.
Okay, that being said, under new business, I just have one item, that I went to the county budget hearing Thursday, and I was elected to the advisory board. So I'm one of 5, and it's an honor, and, I hope to get some things done there. It was a surprise, but I took it, and somebody asked, what's the first thing you want to look at? I said, well, regionalized busing will be a good start. We'll throw it out there. They'll probably tell me to go home, but I had some good conversations with a gentleman from Marshfield. He's the one that nominated me, and I was talking with the counselor from Brockton, and nice people, and I look forward to doing it. I don't know how much more I can do, but I was told it wasn't a lot of heavy lifting, so if any of you all have anything that you like me to bring forward or have an idea.
Well, Mr. Chairman, can you just tell me that in this year's budget, they're not giving themselves another raise?
No.
Okay, good.
Actually, their budget's in very good shape. So, paying down OPEB and all that, they really are. So. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, and you already read your letter, Charlie, so we can skip over that. Ouch. Anything under old business, gentlemen? No? Before we adjourn, the next meeting, I believe, is June 18th? Okay. Motion?
I'd make a motion to adjourn, having concluded our business.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for watching. Have a good couple weeks.